Madam President, we are live.
I, Madam Ysidro, the President of the Governing Board, call the August 14th, 2025 regular board meeting of the Ysidro School District to order at 5:04. Before we begin the roll call, I would like to inform the public that all translations will be conducted simultaneously today via headset. If any member of the public would like translation from English to Spanish or Spanish to English, please visit the translators table to pick up a headset. The two roll call, I will now ask the superintendent and secretary to the board, Dr. Potter, to conduct the roll call for attendance.
Thank you, Madam President, and welcome to our governing board meeting, everyone. We are on agenda item number 7, roll call. We'll begin with board president, Mrs. Zenaida Rosario.
Present.
Board Vice President, Mr. Antonio Martinez.
Present.
Board Clerk, Mrs. Irene Lopez.
Present.
Board Member, Mr. Martin Arias.
Present.
And Board Member, Mrs. Kenya Peraza.
Present.
Madam President, we have a quorum. All board members are here.
Thank you. Number 3, the agenda. For agenda item number 3, I would like to make a motion to approve the agenda with the following corrections. Full consent calendar agenda item 14E.21, agreement with Securitas Technology Corporation for the monitoring and maintenance of the security system at Willow Elementary School. Full consent calendar agenda item 14E.25, agreement with France Law Group.
Madam President, I'll second that motion.
May I have the vote?
Aye.
Aye. Everybody?
Yep.
Motion passes by vote. Number 4, public comment and communications on closed session items. We have anything like that. 5.1, Government Code Section 54957.6, conference with labor negotiators. 5.2, Government Code Section 54957, public employee dismissal, release, reassignment. 5.3, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, number of cases, 3.
Madam President, I'd like to make a motion to recess into closed session at 5:06 p.m.
I'd like to second that motion.
May I have the vote?
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes by 0. We are now going into closed session.
Madam President, we are live.
We are now reconvening into open session from closed session at 6:31 p.m. Before we begin open session, I would like to inform the public that all translations will be conducted simultaneously today via headset. If any member of the public would like translation from English to Spanish or Spanish to English, please visit the translators table to pick up a headset. Pablo, where are you today? Pablo, thank you. I will now ask the superintendent and secretary to the board, Dr. Potter, to conduct the roll call for attendance.
Thank you, Madam President. Good evening, everyone. Welcome to our governing board meeting. We are on agenda item number 7, which is the roll call. And we will begin with board president, Mrs. Zenaida Rosario. Present. And our board vice president, Mr. Antonio Martinez.
Present.
And our board clerk, Mrs. Irene Lopez. Present. And our board member, Mr. Martin Arias.
Present.
And board member, Mrs. Kenya Peraza. Madam President, we have all board members here and a quorum.
Thank you. And before we continue, I just want to say that we have nothing to report from closed session. Number 8, classroom.
We have our wonderful fifth grader, Jana Rubalcaba, who's going to help us out.
Good evening, my name is Jana Rubalcaba, and I am in the 5th grade at Willow Elementary School. Please stand for the pledge of allegiance. Place your right hand over your heart. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. You may be seated. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, that you all.
Yeah.
Thank you, now. Those one have. Now we will have board recognitions and distinguished champion awards, and this is instead of
Thank you, board president and board members, superintendent, cabinet, members of our audience. Thank you so much and good evening. We will now present Willow Elementary School Principal Mirna Cerda, who's here to give some very special recognition.
I'm going to stand if that's okay. Good evening, Madam President, Ms. Zenaida, Dr. Potter, and cabinet members. I am Myrna Cerda, principal of our amazing Roadrunners of Willow Elementary.
Yay.
So today we are definitely going to be recognizing very amazing people that are here on our campus on a daily basis to help and support. Yes, okay. Our students whom we're going to recognize for receiving a 4 on their Smarter Balance Assessment Consortium, known as the SBAC. Scores indicated a student's performance on a standardized test, both in English language arts and in literacy and mathematics. They're aligned with the California's content standards, and they indicate that our students here at Willow have exceeded the achievement level for their grade level in both English language arts literacy and mathematics. This means the students have demonstrated mastery of their knowledge and skills expected at their grade level and performing at the advanced level. Congratulations to our outstanding Roadrunners. And I'm gonna stand on this side because I really want to speak to you and not you behind me. My students who are gonna be recognized today, can you stand where you're at? We're gonna call Thank you. Congratulations to my outstanding programs who have achieved exceeding standards on the SBAC assessment. Your hard work, your focus and determination have truly paid off. This accomplishment is a reflection of your dedication to your learning, your persistence in tackling challenges, and your commitment to excellence. It is also a recognition to your parents. Let's give the parents a round of applause. And for their teachers, let's give their teachers a welcome. Have contributed to your gained knowledge. Students, these are my words to you. You have shown that with effort, resilience, and positive mindset, incredible achievements are truly possible. You are an inspiration to your classmates, a source of pride for your teachers, families, and our entire Willow community. And today we want to recognize and celebrate you. With that said, I'm going to call you guys up. I'll give you your certificate and you get that beautiful trophy that's up there. Okay, Roberto Popaman Contreras. Irena M. Díaz. Alan Vilches Enriquez. Here we have a special one, because we have two from the same one. Allison Gurola Luna. And Mauricio Gurola Luna. So it runs in the family. Mitchell Areola Magaña. Santiago Núñez. Cynthia Olmos Ortiz. Nicolás Guzmán Rodríguez. Yana Rubalcaba. Eric Ávila Torres. Ángel Núñez Valenzuela. Jonathan García Vázquez. Allison Yanez. Isn't that beautiful? Let's give them another round of applause. Take the whole book. And we get all that. Okay, everybody smile at Miss Elizabeth. Then stay here because we're gonna smile at parents after.
Okay, 1, 2, 3. Another 1, 2. Karen, smile.
I would join her.
Yes.
Johnny, ¿quieres una foto con
Right here. They're in order too. Oh, yeah.
So I'll just say it.
Yeah, in order.
So, again, I'm the principal, Myrna Serta. It's an honor to stand up here one more time and really have the privilege to recognize, some of the most important people on our campus who parents, they're here every day with their unwavering dedication, their compassion, their hard work. They make a tremendous difference in the lives of our students every day. They know every student by first name basis. Whether you're caring for a child who isn't feeling well or offering a listening ear, ensuring that our campus is safe, lending a helping hand wherever it's needed, you do it with kindness, you do it with professionalism, and you do it with heart. You are often the first to respond in moments of need and the constant reassuring presence for our students, and they depend on you. Your role may be behind the scenes at times, but your impact is front and center in creating a safe, nurturing, and welcoming environment for everyone at our school. On behalf of our entire Willow community, we thank you for your unwavering support and commitment. You embody the true spirit of care and teamwork, and we are so grateful to have you as an essential part of our Roadrunner family. And so I would love to recognize our LVN, Norma Lara. Our health clerk, Elizabeth Gutierrez. She couldn't be here with us tonight. And our amazing group of campus aides, Ana Castillon, Guadalupe Gallardo. Gia Hernandez. Oh, that's good. Claudette Mariscal Diaz. María Pérez. Pérez. Y Noemi Romero. I'd like to share that collectively they have over 100 years of service with us. Let's give them a round of applause. You know what I mean?
Okay. Cuando se va el dinosaurio, pues.
Yo nunca lo vi con una letena. Oye, ¿por qué no con una letena en la playa? Con cámara.
Good evening, parents, family members, teachers. My name is Manuel Borges, Assistant Superintendent, San Ysidro School District, and former principal of this school for 10 years. It is an honor for me to be here today to recognize one of our staff members. Tonight, we gather not only to recognize an incredible professional milestone, but to honor a truly transformative leader whose impact on the San Ysidro School District will be felt for years to come. Oscar Madera's leadership has been nothing short of transformative for our district. A passionate advocate for neurodiversity and inclusion. Oscar has created a lasting legacy of equity and opportunity, particularly for students with disabilities. His work has fundamentally reshaped our approach to inclusion, mental health, and students' well-being, leaving an indelible mark on the lives of countless students and families. Oscar's journey is a powerful testament to dedication, resilience, and heart. He began his career as an instructional aide, driven by a desire to serve and support families. From there, he went on to become a school psychologist for 6 years in the Chula Vista Elementary School District. He then served as senior program specialist at the San Diego County Office of Education, before joining the San Ysidro School District as a program specialist. It didn't take long for Oscar's impact to be recognized. Just 8 months later, he was appointed as interim director of special education, and in July 2016, he officially stepped into the permanent role. Since then, his leadership has elevated our district's special education programs, ensuring every student, regardless of their ability, has access to the resources, support, and opportunity they deserve. I will introduce Mr. Efraín Murciaga, also former principal of Sunset for a lot of years. Thank you.
that we keep honoring Mr. Madera and hoping that, in case you don't know, Oscar Madera, please stand, so you know we are really up to Mr. Madera has made up his mind, and we are here to celebrate a well-deserved promotion to as a SELPA Senior Program Specialist. We're very proud of him. He is a homegrown person here from the South Bay. His parents live right here in Tijuana. He's one of us, one of the community, so we're very proud of the work that he's done not only here in the district, now he's gonna do it countywide. And on behalf of the San Ysidro School District and the Board of Education, our students, our families, thank you. Thank you for your vision, your passion, your unwavering dedication to equity and inclusion. You leave behind not just a legacy, but a foundation that others will continue to build upon. Congratulations, Oscar. We are so proud of you. Come on up.
It makes his baby.
Good evening, everyone. Welcome to our governing board meeting. I now have the distinct honor to recognize from the Assembly Member David Alvarez's office, certificates of recognition. We were surprised by the Assembly Member to be recognized in our district, and he sent over some very a wonderful honor and recognition of some of the amazing work that we're doing here in our school district for our students. So this first beautiful certificate from the California Legislature Assembly is for the entirety of San Ysidro School District for our rapid rate of helping students to master English. We have about 70% of our students who are English language learners. They speak 34 different languages in San Ysidro, and we have the ability to teach them a mastery of English in about 5 years or less, which is outpacing the California state rate of helping students master English. We are so very proud of this honor. We won a Golden Bell last year with the California School Boards Association for this work. So I'm going to ask Mr. Madera on behalf of the district, Mr. Bojorquez, on behalf of the district, to come up and receive this honor. Mr. Bojorquez leads our educational services program. All right, now there are others though who help with all this great work. So if you are a teacher, a classroom instructional aide, or anyone from the educational services department, please stand to be recognized because you are part of this award as well. Thank you. The second recognition, also from the California Legislature Assembly, is presented to our board president, Zenaida Rosario, in recognition for your election to the California School Boards Association Delegate Assembly. Our board president will be representing school boards from 1,000 school districts in the state of California as one of the very select few delegates for the California School Boards Association. Thank you now for your state leadership, board president, Zenaida Wasabi. Okay, we have two more from the Assembly's office. Save that one. This next one, he was just up on stage. You have another one. Where's Mr. Madera? Come on up. You are being recognized by the California Legislature Assembly. Certificate of recognition in recognition for earning the 2025 AXA Region 18 Special Education Administrator of the Year Award.
I'm taking a risk and taking the mic from my boss, but the next award is a very important one, and it's presented on behalf of the 2025 Classroom to the Future Innovative Superintendent Award, and it's to Superintendent Gina Potter. Congratulations.
Come on this side. Okay, so that, I just do it.
Congratulations, all distinguished champions for tonight. And remember, parents, there's cookies and water outside for all of our students.
Vaya. Bye, Roberto. Bueno. Quería darle las gracias a los papás por estar aquí, por apoyar a sus hijos, y es un orgullo, padre, saber que sus hijos o hijas han llegado a poder hablar, escribir y tener la oportunidad de enseñar lo que pueden hacer en otro idioma. Yo sé que no fue fácil, pero con mucho respeto, mucho orgullo, les doy las gracias a los padres de familia y a sus hijos y hijas, porque no fue fácil para ellos. Así de que Dios los cuide y sigan adelante, porque son Phoebe Roadrunners de Willow.
El éxito de sus hijos se les brinda a ustedes los padres, porque como equipo, padres, estudiantes y familias de escuelas, vamos a ayudar a nuestros niños a llegar a su capacidad, porque son muy inteligentes, siempre tenemos que creer en ellos y van a lograr muchos éxitos, porque son niños académicos. You are scholars, boys and girls. Congratulations.
Thank you.
We are now going to, move to comments from the public. We will begin with comments on non-agenda items. The first speaker will be Magda Maldonado. Speaking on Gabi. Chapter 5. Welcome, Dr. Maldonado.
Good evening, thank you, board, and thank you, parents, again. I commend all the parents and the students. I couldn't believe that they scored a perfect score, both English language arts and math. That's amazing. I did give out some flyers to everyone and inviting everyone to, I also did like that. Inviting everyone to our GAGE 65 mini conference. We've been having it for 30 years. And 30 years, we've raised money entirely for our students. So I just wrote a check before coming over here for $1,000 to San Ysidro High School Scholar. And they have to prove to us, yes. But they have to prove to us that they're actually going to college before we give them $1,000. And she wrote on her letter, I've been accepted to UC Irvine and I'm currently a biomedical engineer major. So that's why we do what we do. As a retired educator, I keep working on this volunteer. We are all volunteers, and all the money that we raise goes for students. And this year we are bringing back the $50 stipend. Long time ago, before COVID, we used to give out $50 to a sixth grader from each school in South San Diego County that performed outstanding in both English and Spanish. Multilingual does not have to be Spanish, it could be Tagalog, could be Japanese, anything that the school determines as a bilingual student. And it was beautiful because as we gave the scholarships last year, 3 of those scholars that received the high school scholarship had received the $50 when they were sixth graders. So they remembered that. So we're bringing that back, but we need your help. We need every school to send a cadre of teachers, administrators, and San Ysidro has always responded. They have sent school board members, teachers, and parents working together, and that's what Gabi wants. We want to increase the rate of student success, especially if you're an English language learner, as was said before. We don't want our students just to learn English, we want them to learn many other languages. So once we learn 2 languages, we can learn Italian, we can learn Portuguese and other languages, so that's what we want. We want world-class citizens. So again, I'm inviting you Saturday, October 25th. It will take place at Multi Ranch High School from 8 to 1, so it's a Saturday. It's $120, that includes a continental breakfast, a keynote speaker, music performances, usually from the school, from Multi Ranch. And of course, 100% of the proceeds goes to our scholarship program. You get a chance to go to 2 breakout sessions, and that these sessions, somebody asked me in the audience, what kind of workshops are they? They're workshops to empower parents to work together. So DAC, how do we run a meeting and those kind of things. So again, we invite you to come and join us on Saturday, October 25th. Thank you so much.
Pablo Sainz.
Yes.
You have 3 on 3 different topics, correct?
Yeah, I believe this is non-agenda, and then
Yeah,
that's
non-agenda.
another one on 12.2, the one 13.
This
This is for non-agenda.
non-agenda. Okay. And I have 3 minutes, right? Thank you. Good evening, board members and members of the community. I'm here, my name is Pablo Sainz Ferretti, and I'm here as a local author. I just wanna encourage the school district to continue the student anthology that we were able to bring back 2 years ago. So it's been a success. All students and teachers and parents who participated feel so proud about their children's art, writing. So it's important to continue encouraging that in our students, in our children. And I just want to say that I just published last week my 17th book. And I started writing when I was 11 years old. And I moved from Sinaloa to LA. And just like myself, I believe every student in the San Ysidro School District can become and already authors and artists. And I just want to read a really brief poem. I didn't know I had only 3 minutes for 3 topics. So I'm just gonna skip it because otherwise I won't get to the other topics.
It's 3 minutes per topic. We have 3 speaker slips. So you do have.
Three.
Sorry.
Yeah. So 3 total.
Yeah, those already lost like. Okay. Okay, so second topic, so first topic was the student anthology. Please, let's continue to honor the legacy of Miss Grace Kojima. So in her honor. And the second topic is also the I want to ask, as a former journalist, I was a journalist for 20 years, at the Union Tribune for 15 years. I want to ask the San Ysidro School District to work with me as a local independent writer to work together to write the history of the San Ysidro School District, to write a book and a multimedia project where our students, our community can know that San Ysidro School District was at the forefront when our schools were segregated. San Ysidro was a beacon of light and inclusivity, and also of you had Mexican families, Filipino families, and white families all together here in San Ysidro. And I want to highlight that history. So that's number 2. And the third one, I just want to say, ahora lo voy a decir en español, a todos los padres que están aquí, ya sea que sus hijos reciban servicios de educación especial o no reciban servicios o estén en educación general, no es un privilegio, no es un favor, todos tienen el derecho, es la ley de que reciban interpretación, si no hablan inglés, y que todos los documentos se les traduzcan a su idioma. Como pueden ver, ya traducimos la agenda, entonces es de derecho y creo que el distrito está llenando esa obligación. Gracias.
Hola, buenas noches. Mi comentario va a ser en español. Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Jessica Mesa. Tengo dos niños en la mirada, uno en TK y en el... Tengo dos niños en la mirada, uno en educación general y otro en kinder de educación especial. Yo personalmente no estoy de acuerdo con esta nueva póliza de que no podemos entrar a las escuelas a dejar a nuestros hijos. ¿Por qué? Les voy a comentar. Un incidente que pasó con mi niño que está en educación especial en kinder el lunes 4 de agosto, que ya no podíamos entrar a la escuela. Mi hijo lloró al mirar que yo no podía entrar a su salón y llevarlo, y no quiso entrar no quiso irse con nadie más, y no porque sea berrinchudo, porque es un niño maleducado, simplemente porque a él le cuesta un poco más los cambios le cuestan los cambios en general. Quiero reconocer a Miss Lara, que es la asistente de Miss Marín, que es la maestra de mi niño de kinder, porque ella me miró de lejos, como yo estaba batallando con mi niño que no quería entrar. Ella salió hacia la puerta a tratar de calmar a mi niño, y mi niño mirándola y al verla se calmó y dejó de llorar. Un muy buen trabajo de ella y se lo quiero agradecer y dar las gracias. ¿Quién como padres se quedan tranquilos al ver a nuestros hijos que se quedan llorando en la escuela porque no podemos entrar? Otro incidente que pasó, ahora que ya no podemos entrar, el miércoles 6 de agosto llevé a mi niño a las 8:26 de la mañana a la cafetería. Al dejarlo en la puerta, estaba Miss Adriana García, que es la encargada de la asistencia, recibiendo a los niños. Se llevó a mi niño, quien está, como acabo de repetir, en educación especial. Mi niño, al no conocerla, no quiso entrar a la cafetería. No lloró en ese momento, pero como yo me espero afuera de la escuela hasta que entren mis niños a su salón, no habían pasado ni 2 minutos cuando sale mi niño hacia afuera donde yo estaba y sale llorando, preguntando por mí. Miss Adriana, claro que venía detrás de él. Mi niño se acercó y me dijo que su clase no estaba ahí. Sale Miss Adriana y me dice que yo puedo entrar a la cafetería a llevar a mi niño. Entro a la cafetería y no miro su clase. Y me dice mi niño, mami, mi clase no está ahí. Miss Adriana pensó que otra clase de niños más grandes era la clase de mi hijo. Yo le dije, esa no es la clase de mi niño. Entonces ella me dijo, ¿puede llevarlo, señora, a su salón? Cuando me dirijo hacia afuera de la cafetería, mi niño ya estaba un poco más tranquilo. Me mira el director de la escuela y me dice, señora, yo quiero pensar que él me quería... Gracias. ¿Puedes terminar esa frase? Sí. Yo quiero pensar que él me dijo que no podía pasar a la escuela a dejar a mi hijo, el cual yo ya lo sé. Gracias. Aquí es el...
Good evening, members of the board, Superintendent Gina Potter, parents and community members, San Ysidro. As a mother of a student at this school, I would like to express my concerns regarding the new and strict restrictions that are impacting our most vulnerable students and their families. Since this policy has been implemented, several parents have shared that these drastic changes have caused great concern, frustration, anxiety, suffering, and confusion for both parents and students. The way you are implementing this safe campus or closed campus policy also violates the rights of parents of children with disabilities and of English learners. Furthermore, this policy goes against your family engagement policy, which emphasizes the importance of involving parents actively in their children's education. On behalf of the parents present here who oppose your policy, we ask the school district to remove this restriction, which instead of fostering and strengthening the bonds between the school of San Ysidro families, they're creating a significant barrier that cuts off communication, collaboration, and trust among parents, students, and teachers. To the parents and families here, I encourage you to not stay silent, to raise your voices, to advocate for your children's right, and to never give up. To the San Ysidro School District, We, the parents, want inclusion, not exclusion. Buenas noches, miembros de la Junta. Mi nombre es Karina Robles. Como madre de un estudiante de esta escuela, quiero expresar mis preocupaciones respecto a las nuevas y estrictas restricciones que están impactando a nuestros estudiantes más vulnerables y sus familias. Desde que esta póliza ha sido implementada, varios padres han expresado que estos cambios tan drásticos han causado su gran preocupación, frustración, ansiedad, sufrimiento y confusión tanto en padres como estudiantes. La manera en que ustedes están implementando esta práctica de campus seguro o campus cerrado también viola los derechos de padres de niños con discapacidades y aprendices de inglés. Su póliza va en contra de la póliza de participación familiar, la cual establece la importancia de involucrar a los padres a participar activamente en la educación de sus hijos. A nombre de los padres aquí presentes, los cuales nos oponemos a su póliza, pedimos al distrito escolar que remuevan estas restricciones, que en vez de unir y fortalecer los lazos entre las escuelas y las familias de San Isidro, están poniendo una gran barrera que corta la comunicación, la colaboración y la confianza tanto de padres, estudiantes y maestros. A los padres y familias que estamos aquí, les animo a no quedarse callados, alzar la voz, abogar por los derechos de sus hijos y no darse por vencidos. Al Distrito Escolar de San Isidro, nosotros los padres queremos participación, basta ya de exclusión. Gracias.
They want to make you believe keeping parents out will make it safe. They want to put fear in your heart over school shootings. But when have you ever heard of a parent shooting up a school? Here's what you should really be scared about. Fences that look like jails and locked gates that hide what's happening inside your child's school. AB 495, the new guardianship law, if they decide you're unavailable or uncooperative, they can hand temporary legal guardianship to someone else. AB 1955, stops schools from being required to tell you if your child changes gender identity or pronouns at school. SB 107, makes California a trans sanctuary state, allowing gender-affirming care for minors, even against parental wishes. All of this in San Ysidro, a border town where trafficking is a real risk. When parents are locked out, predators have more room to operate. Real safety is not about pushing parents and community members out of schools. It's working cameras, ID scan systems, security at every site, open PTA and parent committees, and parents involved in every safety decision. Parents are not the threat. We are the protection. If we don't fight these walls now, the safe campus will be the most dangerous place for our kids. Quieren crear, quieren que creas que mantener a los padres afuera hará que sea seguro. Quieren meter miedo en tu corazón con los tiroteos escolares. Pero ¿cuándo has escuchado de un padre que dispare contra una escuela? Pero esto es lo que de verdad debe asustarte. Muros y puertas cerradas que esconden lo que pasa dentro de la escuela de tu hijo. Esta es una alerta roja. AB 495, la nueva ley de tutela. Si deciden que estás no disponible o no cooperas, pueden dar la tutela legal temporal a otra persona. AB 1955. Impide que las escuelas estén obligados a informarte si tu hijo cambia de identidad de género o pronombres en la escuela. SB 107. Convierte a California en un santuario trans, permitiendo atención de afirmación de género a menores, incluso contra la voluntad de los padres. Todo esto en San Isidro, un pueblo fronterizo donde la trata de blanca es un riesgo real. Cuando los padres están afuera, los depredadores tienen más espacio para actuar. La verdadera seguridad no es sacando a los padres, es tener cámaras que sirvan. Ahorita no sirven las cámaras. ¿Desde cuándo que no sirven? En ningún lado, no sirven, nomás los de afuera. Sistemas de escaneo de ID, seguridad en cada escuela, no que se estén turnando por todas las escuelas los securities. PTA y comités abiertos y padres involucrados, no como aquí en vuelo que bloquean el acceso a la School Site Council. Hi, everyone. I know I wasn't supposed to speak till later, but last time you saw me, I was pregnant. And so now I'm 2 weeks postpartum and I need to go home and breastfeed my son. So, so I have been asked to speak by Ms. Missa as a parent representative. So good evening. My name is Daniela Armstrong. I serve on the parent committee and as the vice chairwoman supporting our principal, Ms. Messa. I've proudly served at Ocean View Hills Elementary for the past 2 years, and I also serve on the Bond and Measures Committee for San Ysidro School District, where I have been a member for 3 years. But most importantly, I'm a mom to a daughter who walks the halls of Ocean View Hills Elementary every day. I'm grateful for the secure campus protocols already in place this school year. As both a parent and someone involved in school leadership, I've seen firsthand how these measures protect not just my child, but every student here. Controlled entry points and clear visitor procedures allow me to focus on my day without constant worry about my daughter's safety. In speaking with many parents, I've heard the same message again and again. They value and support this policy because it brings a greater sense of safety and peace of mind for their children. This is something we all care deeply about. A secure campus gives our children the freedom to learn without fear and gives parents confidence that the school is doing everything possible to keep them protected. For me, this is not just a policy, it's a promise to every family here, and it's one worth keeping strong. I'd like to close with a verse from the Bible, Psalms 121, 7-8. The Lord will keep you from all harm. He will watch over your life. The Lord will watch over your coming and your going, both now and forevermore. Last, I would like to show a beautiful picture my daughter Harlow drew. I would like to show a beautiful picture my daughter Harlow drew. When I think of a safe place for children, I think of this picture here, a garden with beautiful butterflies and sunshine. This is a picture I asked her. I said, Harlow, draw me a picture of what something safe looks like to you. This is what my daughter drew. Thank you for your time.
Dear community members, parents, teachers, and representatives of the San Ysidro School District. Today we gather here, united as families, as a community, to speak out against the unjust, cold, and cruel policy that alienates us from our children and violates the fundamental rights of parents. The San Ysidro School District has implemented a policy that prohibits parents from entering schools without an appointment and a pass, preventing them from escorting their children to their classrooms, watching them line up, or even being present during those important moments of their school day. This is not a safety measure. This is control. This is repression. This is a direct affront to parents' rights and the trust they place in their schools. They say this policy is for the safety of children, that it responds to the tragic cases of attacks at other schools. But how can they talk about safety when this same district has refused to install surveillance cameras on campuses? How can they talk about safety when they've cut security personnel, rotating them between schools and leaving their students more vulnerable than ever? This isn't safety, it's a facade. It's an excuse to exert control and silence parents who speak out when their rights are violated. We've seen young children crying as they are separated from their parents at the school gates, stressed staff forced to guard the entrances as if we were intruders in the place where our children learn. This is not a community we want for our children. This is not the education they deserve. The San Ysidro School District constantly talks about its parent involvement policy while slamming the doors in our faces. That's not involvement, it's exclusion. Parents present are not criminals. To the San Ysidro School District, without parents, there are no children. Without children, there are no students. Without students, there are no schools. No more exclusion. Estimados miembros de la comunidad, padres, maestros y representantes del Distrito Escolar de San Ysidro. Hoy nos reunimos aquí, unidos como familias, como comunidad, para alzar la voz contra una póliza injusta, fría y cruel que nos aleja de nuestros niños y viola los derechos fundamentales de los padres. El Distrito Escolar de San Ysidro ha implementado una póliza que prohíbe a los padres entrar a las escuelas sin cita previa y en pase, impidiéndoles acompañar a sus hijos a sus salones, verlos formarse en las filas o siquiera estar presentes en esos momentos tan importantes de su día escolar. Esto no es una medida de seguridad, esto es control, esto es represión. Esto es una afrenta directa al derecho de los padres y a la confianza que depositan en sus escuelas. Dicen que esta póliza es por la seguridad de los niños, que responden a los trágicos casos de ataques en otras escuelas. Pero, ¿cómo pueden hablar de seguridad cuando este mismo distrito se ha negado a instalar cámaras de vigilancia en los planteles? ¿Cómo pueden hablar de seguridad cuando han recortado el personal de seguridad, turnándolos entre escuelas y dejando a sus estudiantes más vulnerables que nunca? Esto no es seguridad, es una fachada. Es una excusa para ejercer control y silenciar a los padres que alzan la voz cuando se violan sus derechos. Hemos visto niños pequeños llorando al ser separados de sus padres en la puerta de la escuela, al personal estresado, obligado a resguardar las entradas como si fuéramos intrusos en el lugar donde nuestros niños aprenden. Esto no es... Bueno, gracias.
¿Quieres terminar esa última
Pues, al distrito escolar de San Isidro, les queremos decir que sin padres no hay niños, sin niños no hay estudiantes, y sin estudiantes no hay escuelas, no más exclusión. Gracias.
Marisela Franco.
Good evening, board members, Superintendent Gina Potter, and members of the community of San Ysidro. My name is Marisela Franco, and I'm the aunt of a special education student here in the district. On behalf of parents, I want to express why we believe this policy is not in the best interest of our students, especially for special education students like my nephew. Under federal laws like the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act and Section 504, parents of students with disabilities have the right to actively participate in their child's education, including observing the school environment to ensure support plans are being implemented. We understand the district's intent to keep our campuses safe and secure. We agree, safety is non-negotiable. But this new policy creates barriers that deeply affect families of special education students. If a child is in distress, parents need to be able to provide immediate assistance. These children often have urgent needs, behavioral, emotional, sensory, or medical, that can't always be predicted or scheduled in advance. In those moments, timely parental presence isn't a disruption, it's a form of crisis prevention. Denying quick access can increase risk and prolong distress for the child, classmates, and staff. We believe there is a way to meet both goals, maintain strong security and allow timely access for families who are already known and approved. A pre-cleared parent list, quick ID checks, or escort systems can provide accountability without delays that hurt our most vulnerable students. Parents are not just visitors. We are partners in our children's education. For special education students, our presence can mean the difference between a meltdown and a breakthrough, between a setback and a successful day. We respectfully ask the board to reconsider this policy and work with families to find a solution that protects our schools without shutting out the very people who are here to support their children's success. Thank you for your time and for considering the voices of the families you serve.
Buenas tardes a todos. Yo hablo sobre el derecho que tiene mi hijo. Mi niño, a causa de que los maestros están sobresaturados de niños, no tienen ayudante. Mi hijo es uno de los niños que ha recibido de su maestra maltrato en el aspecto de gritos, poca tolerancia. Le pido por favor que busquen la manera de ayudar a los maestros porque sí necesitan mucha ayuda. Le quiero dar las gracias a la directora Mirna porque gracias a ella he estado pendiente de mi caso, ha estado platicando conmigo y de una manera u otra también con mi hijo para buscar una solución en esto. Ya que mi niño ya no quería asistir a la escuela porque ya le tiene pavor a esa maestra y no se me hace justo que lleguemos a ese grado. Así que por favor les quiero pedir que por favor piensen poquito en los maestros y por favor hagan algo, porque de verdad es demasiado los niños que tienen, hay demasiados niños como mi hijo con el problema de TDAH, entonces son demasiados niños, los maestros están sobresaturados y realmente necesitan ayuda. Entonces ahora con eso de puertas cerradas, ya no tenemos ni siquiera el contacto de maestro con padre en el que podríamos antes trabajar de una manera u otra y ahora ya no lo hay. Entonces ya hasta ahorita lo único que es esperarnos hasta las calificaciones y ver si nuestro hijo va mejorando o va empeorando. Entonces no se me hace justo, porque si se ponen ustedes a ver, las escuelas están gracias a los impuestos que pagamos todos. Y creo que tenemos el derecho de tener una escuela digna, unos maestros más relajados y unos estudiantes que de una manera u otra estén prosperando y no que estén con miedo el ir a la escuela. Gracias.
So I just want to clarify real quick that I get 3 minutes just for non-agenda and then later on will be okay, perfect. So thank you, Mary Davis here, Government Watchdog and your accountability partner. And first of all, I want to start off with a big thanks to Mr. Ortega. Because I know Melissa Juster made a lot of extra work for you, but for the hyperlinks in the agenda, it made a big difference for us in being able to access. So thank you for your work. We appreciate it. And then also, I too have concerns about the parents on campus policy for a few different reasons. One is, again, the engagement, and we say we want parent engagement on one hand as we're locking them out. And I do understand safety is a concern, and I'm about the security cameras. That strikes me as interesting, because that seems like that would be your first go-to before putting gates up and everything. Also, for those who don't know, I am a retired police dispatch supervisor. My husband's a retired canine officer, so I have a bit of experience in this area. And the first thing I noticed when I see the campus is it gives a very carceral institutional feel. And that is how these kids are being imprinted. And as a society, we're trying to get to a more restorative justice and get away from the carceral system. And yet we send kids onto a campus that looks very carceral. The other issue from a higher safety standpoint, and I'd like to maybe talk to your security people about this, people don't realize the gate is a false sense of security. It actually can create a choke point. And that's for an egress. And actually in law enforcement, any type of doorway or gate, a narrow passage, is referred to as a fatal funnel. Because you'll see Officer Chris Wilson was killed in a doorway warrant entry. So choke points are a serious concern, and they need to be, you need to be aware of that. Also, I encourage you to maintain academic rigor. Oceanside Unified has just reduced that they get 50% for merely turning in an assignment. And that's a race to the bottom when you reduce rigor. So I would encourage you to follow Shul Vista's model, where they are maintaining rigor. That is their word of the year, rigor and excellence. Lastly, I want to put AB 495 on everybody's radar. That will be here Tuesday, I think in committee. It's a well-intended bill to help migrant families. However, and I've reached out to the Assemblywoman's assistant twice, and they have yet to email me back. There are no safety rails on it. Anybody can fill out a form and say, and they don't even require ID, and say, present themselves, pick up the child, claiming a mentoring relationship. And so I really encourage parents to educate themselves on AB 495. Again, well-intended, serious lack of safety rails. And I encourage everybody to reach out to their representative about that vote on Tuesday. And then I will get into my other concerns and non-agenda. So thank you very much.
We'll wait for that.
So Nancy Felix
Yeah,
is Silvia Garcia.
You said Lidia, right? Lidia Garcia? Oh.
Silvia.
Oh, okay.
Buenas tardes, es mi primera vez que yo estoy aquí, yo soy mamá de 9 niños y yo tengo 17 años en el distrito de San Isidro y yo soy una persona de las que viene a hablar a favor porque yo como mamá ahora sí que tengo tutti frutti de niños y desde los que han ocupado educación especial, IEP, Plan 504, han tenido terapias en la escuela y yo siempre he tenido muy buen éxito con mis niños en la escuela. No todos es lo mismo, hay niños que pues sí les gusta, no les gusta, pero en lo personal yo en la escuela Willow he tenido bastante ayuda. Yo estoy muy contenta porque en el transcurso de que mis niños estuvieron con Mr. Quintana, Mr. Borges como director, Miss Beltrán como la que llevaba lo del IEP de los niños, he tenido éxito con mis niños, la verdad. A mí me han ayudado bastante. Ahorita que pusieron la seguridad en la escuela, yo me siento como mamá segura de que mis niños están seguros y no cualquier gente puede venir a tener acceso a la escuela, ya que como sabemos San Isidro es una de las partes más peligrosas con homeless y todo eso. Y pues para mí, yo me siento segura que está el portón. Yo creo que todos los papás tenemos acceso siempre y cuando tengamos nuestra identificación para presentarla, identificarnos. A mí no se me han cerrado las puertas en lo personal. Yo cuando yo vengo, yo me identifico y a mí me dan acceso mis niños. Yo he hablado con ellos, cómo se sienten en cuestión de seguridad y ellos me dicen que están contentos. Yo siempre he tenido muy buena comunicación con directores, los maestros o las personas que están en la oficina. Y pues yo solamente tengo que decir que estoy muy contenta en el distrito, tengo 17 años, lo vuelvo a repetir, y estoy orgullosa de que la ayuda que nos han dado como mexicanos, como papás que hemos batallado y hemos luchado mucho para tener a nuestros hijos aquí en el país, la verdad estoy muy contenta. Y pues mi niña también quiere dar unas palabras.
Doy gracias porque ustedes pusieron esas reglas, porque hay muchos vagabundos o muchas personas, no cualquier persona puede entrar a esta escuela, pueden identificarla a la persona y no pueden entrar así por nomás. Nosotros estamos seguros y creo que todos los niños también.
Next, we're gonna have items from the board and superintendent. And I would like to ask board member Kenya Peraza to begin. Can I pass? And someone else, we'd like for you to start.
We're still missing a public comment from Linda.
There was a public comment from Linda.
We have other public comments, but now they are going to be called when we're on that particular.
It was open item. You guys have it.
Which one is it?
It was an open session, last item, it was public comment, and then item agenda. No.
Torres.
Torre. No. Torre, or. I put it different on me, because she went outside to ask people. It's Linda.
We have Linda Torres.
Yeah, Linda Torre, that's her, yes.
Okay, the only thing is, we're gonna get to that action item, we have a lot more comments on that. So we're gonna, it's really close after the agenda, so.
It's only a
Well,
public
point
comment.
two, yes,
It's not
that's
an
gonna
item
be,
agenda.
in our reports. So we'll do 11 person and 12.2 right after.
She didn't write an item, that's okay.
It says open, yeah.
Does she want to?
Do you wanna do it now?
Yes. Does she want to?
Oh, okay. I wrote it in, I don't know. A lo mejor ya.
Sorry.
Do I start now? Yeah.
So I'm a concerned grandparent. I'm a concerned grandparent, so I feel that this policy needs to be changed. And shame on the superintendent, the principal, and all you board members that let this happen, because this looks like a prison. When you shut out the parents, that's not good, because the parents are the most reliable source of safety. for all of these children. The children need the parents' participation in all that they do. I know that when my kids were little, I walked them to the class. And they felt safe that way. If I had any concerns, I could walk right into the school and get a little sticker on my shirt and voice my concerns. This way, we're shut out. So I just need to tell you board members that, you know, it needs to be taken off. So I read this on Instagram. I want to share it with you all. San Ysidro School District banning parents from campus. No walking kids to class, no daily teacher check-ins, and no way to see the ideological posters and indoctrination books shaping your children's mind. That means the parents are public enemy number one, and you don't want us to see what you're teaching. Thank you.
Peraza?
Okay. I have no choice. And I say this because when I say a public comment, then you get to comment on my comment. But okay. So first, I want to welcome everybody to the beginning of the year. I also, like if some of you know, I'm a mother as well here, and I have 2 kids in the school district. And that's why it also affects me as a mother, the new safe campus policy. And I want to speak as both mother and trustee. So parents, families, and members of this beautiful community of San Ysidro, thank you for joining us this evening. My name is Kena Peraza, and as a trustee and mother, I stand with every parent here tonight. My oath to support the constitutions of the United States and California and faithfully serve our community compels me to address the safe campus policy. The restrictions of this policy are causing confusion, frustration, concerns, and sadness in the most part. This policy bars parents from campus during drop-off and pickups, leaving families standing behind the gates. Security staff are overstretched, and requests for surveillance cameras around campus remain unaddressed. This decision lacked public input during my tenure. I would like to ask tonight, who proposed these new restrictive practices of forbidding parents from being present on campus to support their children? What is the true purpose of this policy? Is it the purpose of safety, or is it overly restrictive? When was this approved and by who? That hasn't been clear. Is it temporary or permanent? If this policy is so long-standing, why are there no measures with guidelines for rainy day schedules, field trips, back to school nights, and award ceremonies? That wasn't clear on the policy that you sent to parents before starting the school year. Are you aware of this impact on families, especially parents of special needs children and English learners as myself? Have you truly know that parents are at all content? Do you believe these restrictions will attract new families to our district? I don't think so. How does this align with our family engagement policy? Why were parents excluded from this decision mainly? The message in a letter sent to Willow Elementary parents stated that research shows that times such as drop-off and pickup can be vulnerable if not carefully supervised. What specific source supports this claim? San Ysidro deserves transparency and inclusion. Strict enforcement risks
penalizing parents under California law. Those ed codes were sent to parents. And the ed codes were 3 of them. One of them, 32-211 ed code. It says that refusing to leave campus may lead to misdemeanor charges. Ed code 44-810, disrupted activities could result as a misdemeanor. Ed code 44-811, interfering with staff duties carries fines of $500 to $1,000 with jail time possible for repeat offenses. Parents, especially those with special needs children or English learners, could face legal consequences for stepping past the gate to comfort their children in distress or in need. I'm also worried about the burden on school staff tasked with enforcing this policy. Can you imagine the stress of policing parents access without their guidance? That's a lot of their in their shoulders. So I'm here also speaking for them. A mother, and imagine, picture a kindergarten crying because I have seen it, crying because their parents can't walk them to class. I've seen it, I felt it. No child should start their day in tears, and no parent should leave with a heavy heart. This policy erodes trust, especially for families of English learners and special needs children. My call to action and my request to the rest of the board is that tonight we must protect parents and children's rights and demonstrate unity. So I propose adding to this agenda, since it's already taking action to suspend the safe campus policy and direct staff to develop safety measures that restore parental access while prioritizing student and families' rights. If not added tonight, I urge an immediate policy pause in a district-wide forum to hear parents' voices together. We can create solutions balancing safety and engagement. We're not saying no to safety. We're just saying, talk to us. Parents need to be part of it. It is part of policy. And from all governmental organizations, state and federal, everyone says that engagement with parents in this type of policies are ideal. The San Ysidro School District will do this for our community. So I urge this to the rest of my board. Safety and parental involvement must coexist. Let's commit to transparent policies that protect rights, ease staff burdens, foster unity, and engage families as partners. San Ysidro deserves a district that attracts families and works as one community. Thank you for listening and accepting these words into your hearts. And because we have a lot of speaking Spanish people here, and no offense to our translator, but I would love to do it myself. Buenas noches, padres, familias y miembros de esta hermosa comunidad de San Ysidro. Gracias por acompañarnos esta noche. Mi nombre es Kenia Peraza y como fiduciaria o board member y madre, estoy junto a cada padre presente esta noche. Mi juramento de apoyar a las constituciones de los Estados Unidos y California y servir fielmente a nuestra comunidad me obliga a abordar la póliza de campus seguro o campus cerrado. Las restricciones de esta política están causando confusión, frustración, preocupación y tristeza. Esta póliza prohíbe a los padres estar en el campus durante la entrega y recogida de hijos, dejando a las familias detrás de las rejas. El personal de seguridad está sobrecargado y las solicitudes de cámaras de vigilancia alrededor del campus siguen sin atenderse. Esta decisión careció de aportes públicos durante mi mandato. Me gustaría preguntar esta noche,
¿Quién propuso estas nuevas prácticas restrictivas que prohíben a los padres de estar presentes en el campus para apoyar a sus hijos? ¿Cuál es el verdadero propósito de esta política? ¿Su propósito es la seguridad o es excesivamente restrictiva? ¿Cuándo fue aprobada y por quién? ¿Es temporal o es permanente? Si esta política es tan antigua, ¿por qué no hay medidas con directrices para los horarios de días lluviosos, días de excursión, noches de regreso a clases y ceremonias de premios? Eso no está en la póliza que nos mandaron en la escuela una semana antes de entrar, de que nuestros hijos entraran. Está conscientes de su impacto en las familias, especialmente a los padres con niños de educación especial y aprendices de inglés. ¿Saben realmente si los padres están contentos? ¿Creen que estas restricciones atraerán a nuevas familias de nuestros distritos? ¿Cómo se alinea esto a nuestra política de participación familiar? ¿Por qué se excluyó a los padres de esta decisión? Más que nada, esto se pudo haber hecho con toda la participación de los padres y no se hizo. El mensaje en la carta enviada por la directora Lina Cerda a los padres de la escuela primaria Willow indicaba que las investigaciones muestran que momentos como la entrega y recogida pueden ser vulnerables si no se supervisan cuidadosamente. Me gustaría saber qué fuentes específicas respaldan esta afirmación. San Ysidro merece transparencia e inclusión. La aplicación estricta pone en riesgo a los padres bajo la ley de California. Los 3 códigos educacionales que pusieron después en esta póliza y que fueron recibidos por todos los padres dicen: Código Educacional 32211. Negarse a abandonar el campus puede resultar en cargos por delitos menores. Código Penal 626.8. Código de Educación 44810. Interrumpir actividades podría resultar en delitos menores. Código Educacional 44811. Interferir con las funciones del personal conlleva multas de $500 a $1,000, con posible tiempo en prisión por reincidencias. Los padres, especialmente aquellos con hijos de necesidades especiales o aprendices de inglés, podrían enfrentar consecuencias legales por tan solo cruzar la reja para consolar a su hijo angustiado o en necesidad. También me preocupa la carga sobre el personal escolar encargado de hacer cumplir esta política. Pueden imaginarse el estrés de controlar el acceso de los padres sin una guía clara, especialmente a la hora de recoger a los niños. Se llena de gente ahí y es bien difícil controlar todos esos padres. Y también quiero añadir que el tráfico se está haciendo todavía más largo. Imagínense a un niño de kinder llorando porque sus padres no pueden acompañarlo a clase o a su fila. Lo he visto y lo he sentido. Y no ha sido 1 ni 2, han sido varios. Ningún niño debería comenzar su día con lágrimas y ningún padre debería irse con el corazón quebrado, como ya una vez yo lo hice. Esta política erosiona la confianza, especialmente para las familias de aprendices de inglés y niños con necesidades especiales. Esta noche debemos proteger los derechos de los padres y los niños y demostrar unidad como distrito. Propongo agregar a la agenda la acción para suspender la política de campus seguro y ordenar al personal de desarrollo de medidas de seguridad que restauren el acceso de los padres mientras prioricen los derechos de los estudiantes y las familias. Si no se agrega esta noche, pido por favor una pausa inmediata en la política y a un foro nivel distrito para escuchar las voces de los padres. Como vimos, tenemos opiniones a favor y en negación. Pero aquí lo que importa es tener la voz de todos. Importa tener mayoría de votos. ¿Podemos nosotros, el distrito de San Ysidro, hacer esto por nuestra comunidad? Eso es lo que quiero que, por favor, mis compañeros puedan responder después de esto. La seguridad y la participación de los padres deben coexistir. Comprometámonos con políticas transparentes que protegen los derechos, alivien la carga del personal, fomenten la unidad y comprometan a las familias como socios. San Isidro merece un distrito que atraiga a las familias y trabaje como una sola comunidad. Gracias por escuchar esta parte de mi comentario público. Y por aquí estas palabras es importante. Ahora en otro tema. So now in English, I'm here tonight also because I also want to voice and to voice my concern and to be here. And I want Senator Padilla to hear it as well, to help stop AB 495, new bill just approved, from being implemented in our schools and in every school in San Diego or in the state. This bill, written by Assembly Member Celeste Rodriguez, was just signed into law by Governor Gavin Newsom. And while it is being presented as a compassion measure, I am deeply concerned about the dangers it creates for our children. Here, how the process works so parents can understand. Under AB 495, anyone without a background check can go to the state website, download an affidavit, and check a box saying that attempted to contact the parents regarding the possession of the child. They can check yes or no. They then sign their name without being required to show a driver's license, a passport, or social security numbers. Those details are suggested, but not required. That person can take the affidavit to your child's school, our school, and under this bill, the school must hand over your child. No questions asked. Even more alarming, the school is not obligated to tell you the parent who took your child or where your child was taken when the school day ends. The stated purpose of this bill is to shield children from ICE detained, their parents during school hours, but it creates an open door for predators and strangers to exploit the process. It doesn't just apply to public schools, it could be daycare centers as well. Legal experts have reviewed the bill and call it one of the most dangerously vague pieces of legislation they've ever seen. This is not compassion, this is an invitation for harm. With no background checks, no identification requirements, no accountability, and no obligation to notify parents. And we are placing our children at risk of being taken by anyone who fills out this piece of paper. Since AB 495 is now law, I urgently call all my fellow board members right now to try to adopt a resolution similar to the ones that we already have, safe haven policy, that will ensure our district does not comply in any way that removes our children from their parents without proper verification and notification. We must take immediate action to protect our students and uphold the trust parents place in us. Our children's safety must come first, above politics, above pressure, above everything. Thank you. Y también, en español, por última vez, estoy aquí esta noche también porque quiero que mi voz sea escuchada y quiero que el senador Padilla también la escuche, para que me ayude a detener la implementación de la ley AB 495 en nuestras escuelas. Esta ley, escrita por la asambleísta Celeste Rodríguez, fue firmada recientemente por el gobernador Gavin Newsom. Y aunque se presenta como una medida de compasión, me preocupa profundamente el peligro que crea para nuestros niños. Así es como funciona el proceso para que los padres lo entiendan. Bajo la ley AB 495, cualquier persona sin verificación de antecedentes puede ir al sitio web en internet del estado, descargar una declaración jurada, un affidavit, y marcar una casilla diciendo que intentó comunicarse con los padres sobre la posición del niño. Puede marcar sí o no. Luego, firma su nombre sin necesidad de mostrar licencia de conducir, pasaporte, número de seguro social. Esos datos se sugieren, pero no se requieren. Esta persona puede entonces llevar la declaración jurada a las escuelas de nuestros hijos y bajo esta ley la escuela debe entregarse al niño sin hacer preguntas. Lo que es aún más alarmante, la escuela no está obligada a decirle a usted que el padre quien se llevó a su hijo ni a dónde lo llevaron al final del día escolar. El propósito declarado de esta ley es para proteger a los niños en caso de que ICE detengan a sus padres durante el horario escolar, pero en realidad abre las puertas para que depredadores y desconocidos aprovechen este proceso, especialmente aquí en la frontera. No solo aplica a las escuelas públicas, también podría aplicarse a guarderías. Expertos legales han revisado esta ley y la han calificado como una de las legislaciones más peligrosas y vagas en lenguaje que han visto. Esto no es compasión, esto es una invitación al peligro para nuestros hijos. Sin verificación de antecedentes, sin requisitos de identificación, sin rendición de cuentas y sin obligación de notificar a los padres. Estamos poniendo en riesgo que cualquiera se lleve a nuestros hijos con solamente llenar un papel, ya que la ley AB 495 es ahora la ley. Hago un llamado urgente para mis compañeros de la mesa directiva y nuestra superintendente ahora mismo para que podamos adoptar una resolución similar a nuestra política de refugio seguro que ya existe en nuestro distrito y que garantice que nuestro distrito no cumpla de una manera que retire a los niños de sus padres sin la verificación y notificación adecuadas. Debemos actuar de inmediato para proteger a nuestros estudiantes y mantener la confianza que los padres depositan en nosotros. La seguridad de nuestros niños debe de estar primero, por encima de la política, por encima de la presión, por encima de todos. Muchas gracias. Mr. Allen.
Thank you, Madam President. Firstly, I want to welcome everybody back to the 25-26 school year. Bienvenidos a todos. I gotta tell you, I'm really wishing everybody success this year, and seeing these kids up here today really hit a soft spot for me because I am from this community, and I see myself in every single one of these students. And if I, the son of immigrants, can be up here, then all of those kids have the opportunity to. And with that being said, I want to offer myself as a resource to the parents. I know that there's limited parents left in the room. It's being recorded, but I want to offer myself as a resource to the parents, to the students. If there's ever any concerns, questions there, I'm always more than happy to chat. I'll tell you, as the son of immigrants who do not speak a word of English, I wish there was somebody there who could have walked my parents through some items growing up, right? So I want to offer that to you all. I am bilingual, hablo español. Cuando se les ofrezca, aquí estamos. The other thing I wanted to address is the concerns from some parents regarding parent entry. I gotta tell you, I understand your perspective because as a father, I also want access to my child. But also, I don't want a random person to just willy-nilly walk into the school to have access to my child as well. And so I think safety has to be our #1 priority. As board members, as representatives from the school district, we are all tasked with ensuring that our children make it back home safely to their parents. And I gotta tell you, I would not be able to sleep at night if something was to happen on one of our campuses and we did not take the opportunity to protect our children. That is something that is entrusted on all of us as school board members, as folks who are hired to protect our children, educators. That is our number one responsibility. Clear checkpoints, single points of entries build trust. It allows folks to understand that you are going to be checked. We are going to know who you are. We are not denying parents access into our schools. That is still something that you can all do when you come in and present proper identification. In the event that you want to be unidentified walking around our schools, there's an ulterior motive there, and I don't want you in the schools. And I'm pretty sure other people don't want you there either. Present yourself. Show an ID. You're welcome to come into our schools. Controlled access also prevents risks. Knowing who's on campus allows us to better prepare and have a safety plan. When you're on campus, you're also our responsibility. We need to know what is going on, when it's going on, who you are, and what your intentions are at the school. I'll tell you, as a parent, that's my number one priority. I'll close with this. We welcome parents on our campuses, but with safety as our number one guiding principle. Thank you.
Well, I know that it's been hard for this policy, but I agree. I agree with it because if you haven't lived in our community, you don't know the history of what we've been through. Not only with our kids, our school, because before we didn't have that safety. And it's not keeping you as parents out of it. But like Mr. Ali said, if you show proper ID, if you're a parent, then you have a concern, that's when you voice to the principal and let them know, or you make an appointment. That's a procedure that's something safety. But if you're not a parent and you come to disrespect and not show respect to our staff, to our principal, then you're in the wrong place, because that's not what our schools are for. That's not what this policy is for. This is for our kids and our staff. It's more important than anything else. And I think that now, yes, we're a border town. But a lot of you don't know what a border town is. I grew up here, I know what it's like. Yes, we've grown. We've grown and we have a lot of people, but we have a lot of homeless. And I don't mean to say that the homeless are bad, not all of them. But there are situations that we don't know. But I think the most important thing is that we as a board have talked about it, this policy, and we want safety for our kids. And I know the parents say it looks like a jail. It doesn't look like a jail. We didn't have a fence here at Willow School if you were a resident of our community. That fence was broken. They would come over the weekends, break the fence and use our facilities for whatever they wanted, even the homeless. And I'm glad we have now a fence, a secure fence. But the point is this, we want safety, not only for the staff, for our students, but you as parents. And the point is that in order to get respect, have that respect. Have that respect to come and talk seriously. And I understand what parents are saying, and I understand that, but we're not trying to keep your kids or you out. We're trying to help in that way in situations. Because things have changed in this, and they're gonna be harder now. Things are being changed by our president and whatever their eyes, are taking over, and it's not good. It's scary. And I know that our kids need to understand that. And I think that you as parents, you have the obligation to let them know, that they have a right to come to school and to be safe. But if you speak to us and let us know, that's the most important thing. You say communication, we're not trying to have them
not have communication. Well, that's not the point. But come and talk to us, make an appointment. And I understand what you're saying, and yes, it hurts to see what some of you have gone through. But that's why we have procedures and policies, just like we need to respect each other and work with each other. You need to know that, and I wanna thank, Ms. Serpa, and I wanna thank, for hosting us at Willow, BP Road. And this is where I first. I want to thank them, the staff, because you've done great. Look what you've done with our kids. You know, that was really good pride, to see how these kids have got these scores. It's not easy for them, it was hard. And that's an accomplishment that gives us another start, that we're doing the right thing, and we're gonna continue. Because I feel that we've done a lot and we've accomplished a lot, but together we can do even more. So thank you.
Want to welcome everyone here tonight, at Willow. It's one of my favorite schools, actually. I think it's one of the most beautiful schools that we have. The one that has it's the biggest park, in my opinion. It's the closest to the border. Obviously, the streets in the front need to be fixed, but from our end, I think it's just beautiful. And I just want to say thank you, Mr. Serpa, for hosting us. I also want to give a very special thank you to staff, our classified staff, our teachers, our administrators for another great opening of a school year. I've heard nothing but positivity in terms of the beginning of the year, so I just want to give each and every one of you that are here, that are part of our San Ysidro team, just a quick round of applause. Yeah, I know he wasn't here today or his team, but I really want to thank Assemblymember David Alvarez and his representative, who was supposed to be here, but unfortunately couldn't make it. But for the proclamations, I worked for Congressman Juan Vargas, and I can tell you that we do that all the time. And for them to do it just shows the great work that we're doing as a district. So I want to congratulate every single one. That Mr. Madera, Dr. Potter, every single person that received a proclamation. A very special thank you to Assemblymember David Alvarez and his team. I do want to let everybody know, and I'm sure Mr. Rosario, President Rosario will talk about this as well. But I was very excited for the Senior Policy Advisor of State Superintendent Tony Thurmond to visit our schools. He visited Ocean View Hills yesterday, and frankly, I was really impressed just with him coming in, taking the time, obviously seeing the needs that we require, but really taking the time to visit our classroom. So I want to give a very special thank you to him. Very special thank you to State Superintendent Tony Thurmond for taking that time. Now more than ever, we need the collaboration at the state level. We need the resources more than ever, and we need that conversation to continue. I also want to give a very special thank you to Mrs. Mesa from Ocean View Hills for hosting us there. I'm always impressed with Mr. Lagarda. I mean, we went to many classrooms, but Mr. Lagarda was here with us today. Your classroom, I wanted to participate. I was excited just to go in. You're teaching our students about essays and introductions, and just reminded me of, back in the day when I was learning. And so, Mr. Lagarda, every teacher that opened the door to us, thank you so much. And I can tell you that the Senior Policy Advisor was very impressed. I think he took that we're one of the best school districts at the state level. So I wanted to take that back. We need money. We need more money. I also want to give a very special thank you to the San Diego Police Department who's here today. I know we did. I know you're all busy, and I've done various ride-alongs with you guys, and Officer Carlos Lacara is a very good friend of mine. He's been my friend for more than a decade. When I used to work at the clinic at Nestor, he and I would organize many different events together. We did one to help our transitionally homeless families. And for me, that partnership that we have with you is really invaluable. Thank you for always being there. Thank you for keeping us safe. Thank you for all you do. Just a quick round of applause again. And lastly, I know that we're beginning the school year. I am very excited about the construction projects we have pending. Obviously, the modernization of San Ysidro Middle School, which is gonna make it look like a university. It looks spectacular. I'm so excited with that. I'm excited for the new community center. We're gonna open it at Fire. That way the community can take the time to use it, and it's gonna be for the community. I'm really excited about the new preschool we're gonna build at La Mirada. And just, really just a lot of cool project coming up. We've already modernized some of our playgrounds. I can't believe playgrounds are so expensive nowadays. Like, I thought it was gonna be like to 50,000, turned out to be more than $1 million, but the kids are worth it. But the point is that we've already done that. Looking forward to the upcoming construction projects as we move forward. Now, I do have comments related to the safety policy that we have in place. But what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna give Dr. Enigas the opportunity to give his presentation, and then I'll address them there. Just because we do have a presentation for Dr. Enigas. And that's it for my.
Mr. Martinez, were you invited to the superintendent of the state? Were you there, or how was that? I didn't know.
Well, I actually asked the office of the state superintendent to come down and visit us. I asked Tony Thurmond and I asked Richard Rivera, who is his senior policy advisor, and they finally made time. I asked them a very long time ago, and they did make time. Richard did make time to visit us yesterday.
Oh, you were there?
Yeah, I was there.
Oh, I received an invitation.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and was he able to come?
I think this is a different part of the because it's not part of the agenda.
I know,
So this is my comments.
I couldn't do a comment.
Well,
after
there's not back and forth.
No, I know, I just wanna ask, did he come to here to the school to Willow?
No.
Did he come to La Mirada?
So we're not
tonight?
going back and forth, because I have a lot of back and
Ms.
forth
Peraza, I
about
think
others.
it's my turn, thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry, can I comment on your comments? So I have to.
We don't comment on your speech, refrain from speaking when it's not your turn. I really welcome everybody who is here. Thank you for staying. I know our board meetings have been running later than we were used to, but you know, things change and we're going to be as patient as we can. As your board president, I want to welcome each and every one of you. This is a new school year, 25-26. The years are going by too fast. And so I know that every day that your children come to school, your teachers come to teach, every day is never going to be the same. That's the wonderful thing about education. I loved being a teacher for all the years that I was. No 2 days were ever alike. And Dr. Enigas is going to cover a little bit more on the safety. But I'm going to tell you, when I was a teacher in kindergarten, that was probably the hardest year for most parents to let go of their children. It was mostly parents. There are so many children's books with that exact theme, where the children are nervous, they have butterflies, the butterflies are flying around their stomach and their brain. They get to school, and the ones that break down are the parents. It isn't easy to make that transition. They're not your little babies anymore. But we have to understand that kids today are so different. They're much more willing to separate from mommy and daddy and come back together with mommy and daddy at the end of the day. Our policy for most of the kindergarten teachers in San Ysidro is we would ask the parents to wait 30 days because we wanted their kids to get used to being in the classroom, and it worked. And there were situations where kids cried, and we made exceptions, and the parents came in, but the parents really appreciated the fact that we were looking at their child as kids who were ready to learn on their own. Because through life, they will always be on their own. And I do want to comment on something that was said earlier. No way does a teacher teach whatever they want in the classroom. No way. All stuff that you hear in social media and on TV by the president of this country, it's not true. We have core curriculum mandated by the state that serves our multicultural children. And they are learning by teachers who have spent years and years getting an education to teach and also years and years of experience. No 2 days are alike. The leaderships of the school have so much to do with the success of schools. And every allocates that we received in this past year and through the years have been hard earned by the children in San Ysidro, by parent collaborations, by teachers, the dedication staff, and stable superintendents. And that's the bottom line. I could go on and speak here for hours, but I know you don't want to sit here and listen to me. But I've lived here more than half of my life, and I taught here more than half of my life. And I've seen a lot of things that could have been better and they have improved. And I know that our children are learning. The schools sometimes don't look so pretty. Don't judge a book by its cover. There's no other way we can make a fence look like a palace. But what's going on in the buildings and the hallways, inside the classrooms, the technology that our kids have access to, that's what counts. Children learning with teachers who care, parents who, maybe this policy is a little more difficult, but you're still going to be welcome. There are many opportunities. You just have to always be reading the information that is being sent by your principals. I want to thank Ms. Serta for hosting us today. Thank you. And all the principals are still here. All the teachers. Mr. Barrera did want to go back and sit in your class, Mr. Liu. He said that teacher, just, and of course we had to tell him how you were teacher of the year and you have the stuff and you're a great mentor, but we saw that in every classroom that we visited. So we want to congratulate your school, a school of more than 1,000 children. I was there the first day of implementation of this policy, and honestly, only 2 people came up to me to complain. One was because he didn't read his email. He said, sorry, I didn't read it. And when he found out, he says, if this is for kids to be safe, I'm out of here. Thank you. And the other parent, she left, she says, I totally understand. I said, but if you want to come in and volunteer, there's a process, their office, nobody's going to say to you, leave. So please understand, when you make posters with negative comments that we did not say, none of those letters to the community say barred. We would never bar anybody. So I want to make a statement.
Have they not seen the school?
The San Ysidro School District reaffirms that the safety of our students and staff remains our highest priority. In response to the increase in school shootings nationwide and incidents of violence near schools, our district has established strong partnerships with law enforcement agencies, the San Diego County Office of Education, and the District Attorney's Office. These collaborations provide ongoing guidance, training, and best practices to strengthen school safety and emergency response. Over the last 2 decades, many schools throughout California have made the school safety transition to have controlled access due to growing safety incidents nationwide. The school safety protocol still allows for parents to enter campuses by registering through the front office. According to the United States Department of Education's National Center for Education Studies in 2021, they noted that 98% of schools nationwide have implemented controlled access schools for safety reasons. 98%. We value parents' engagement while upholding our responsibility to maintain a safe learning environment. The vast majority of our families support controlled access to our schools as an essential part of school safety. 3 of our schools have implemented morning drop-off and pickup safety protocols for several years, while the remaining 4 schools adopted these procedures last week. Out of approximately 8,700 parents and guardians, the district has received only 8 concerns, less than 1%, regarding these safety measures. As always, we welcome parents to communicate any concerns directly with their school principal so that accommodations may be considered to their child if needed. We sincerely thank our families for their understanding, support, and partnership in protecting the safety of our students and staff. So when you hear the negativity about this, call your principals and clarify it with staff, call the superintendent. You can call us. But it's very clear, the letter was very clear. My grandchildren have been going to schools where we're not allowed at all. We are allowed during open house conferences, parents do spend through class dojo and other means, continuous information of what's going on in the classroom. So we're not disconnected. And there are many ways to stay connected with the teachers. So I really felt that it was very important to make this comment, this presentation. We truly care about parents. We care about our teachers, our staff, but most importantly, we care about the children. And I know now they're young, they may not understand, but I know one day they're going to remember and think. We may think there's no shootings happening. We were very lucky that day that crazy man, 41 years ago, went and shot up the people at the McDonald's, that they didn't walk 1 block to Sunset. We didn't have gates back then. Anybody could go into the school. It was so sad what happened. It should have never happened. But he could have just walked another direction and there was the school. So safety is very important. It's sad that we've come to that in this time in our country, but that's the reality. And so with that, this is the policy that's been around for a long time, mandated by the state, approved by the board. I was not here. We honor the fact that somebody has taken the time to really talk and care about the children and safety. And again, never judge a book by its cover, because every school may have these fence and gates, but the schools inside, the children, the teachers, the staff, that's what we want to care about. And learning is happening in every single one of our 7 schools. And I'm proud, or I wouldn't be here serving as a board member. I would have taken my retirement 5 years ago and said, I'm out of here. I'm not out of here because I care about this, truly care and know a community I've lived for many years. So my respects to everyone who works hard to make a difference in San Ysidro. Thank you. I would just like to ask for a moment of silence in honor of our dear Grace Kojima, our former superintendent. It's an honor to speak today about an extraordinary leader, former San Ysidro Superintendent Grace Kojima, whose life was defined by dedication, hard work, and a commitment to helping others. Her impact on our schools, our community, and our hearts is immeasurable. Mrs. Kojima was born in 1936 on Molokai Island, one of Hawaii's most beautiful and humble places. Her childhood on the Del Monte plantation instilled in her the deep-rooted values of hard work, fairness, and community. These weren't just lessons she learned. They were values she lived by every day of her life. In 1960, Mrs. Kojima began her teaching career at Cogswell School in El Monte, California. From the very start, she stood out as a gifted educator with a quiet strength and unwavering commitment to her students. She understood that education was more than textbooks and lessons. It was about believing in every child's potential. In 1984, Mrs. Kojima became principal of Parkview Elementary. Under her leadership, Parkview didn't just thrive, it soared. The school was recognized with numerous accolades, including the prestigious California School of the Year Award. That success was no accident. It was the result of Mrs. Kojima's vision, discipline, and her relentless drive to see every child succeed. In 1993, we were fortunate enough to welcome Mrs. Kojima into the San Ysidro School District. It was here that she left an indelible mark. As superintendent, Mrs. Kojima served our children, family, staff, and the entire community with heartfelt compassion and steadfast dedication. She brought stability in times of uncertainty and a determined, compassionate focus that reminded us all what education is truly about, lifting up others. Mrs. Kojima led with humility and heart, always putting students first. She created and supported innovative academic and extracurricular programs to provide students with a well-rounded, meaningful education. Through initiatives like the Teddy Bears for Kids project, which is going on its 25th year, and scholarships program, she ensured that students not only felt seen and supported, but loved. Even after her retirement, Ms. Kojima never stopped giving. Her passion for this community remained strong as ever. Through the San Ysidro Women's Club, she continued to serve, bringing joy to the Teddy Bears for Kids holiday event, and hopes through scholarships that empowered our 8th grade and high school graduates to pursue their dreams. Mrs. Kojima was more than an educator. She was a leader, a mentor, a friend, and an inspiration. Her wisdom, kindness, and unwavering belief in others touched countless lives. To know Mrs. Kojima was to witness quiet strength. She illuminated every room she entered with her dignity and compassion. She believed in the power of education to change lives, and she proved it again and again. Thank you, Mrs. Kojima, for your lifetime of service and your incredible heart. You've left behind more than achievements. You left a legacy of love, learning, leadership that will always inspire us for generations to come. May we honor your memory by continuing the work you so passionately began, and may we carry your light forward in all that you do. And we know that she would have said, I didn't do it alone, and she didn't. There were so many people working with her, teachers, staff, but none like her very best friend, Alice de la Torre. We will never forget Grace Kojima, and so we're going to keep her memory alive through one of the biggest projects she started here in San Ysidro, which was the anthology of young writers. She truly believed that our children were very capable of using their voice to write, and that is one of the most powerful things we can teach and show our children: the power to speak, the power to write, and the power to know that they are validated every day of their life. And I just want to point out that those beautiful flowers that are back there, they're from Molokai Island. They were sent by Mrs. Kojima's family, because Ms. Kojima, if you can imagine, she worked in La Puente, El Monte, and then San Ysidro for so many years. She knew so many people that her daughter was really overwhelmed as to how to go about inviting people for the celebration of life, and they ended up doing this ceremony by invite. And I know there were many people who probably would have loved to be there, but maybe at some point in one of our writers' teas, we can have our own dedication special soul for all those that couldn't be there. But I know you were all there in part, and their family really thank you for just embracing Grace as the wonderful superintendent and human being that she was, and she rests in peace. And that's all I have. Dr. Carter?
Thank you so much, Madam President. You know, about a month ago, I received the call that our former superintendent and legend of a superintendent, both at San Ysidro, countywide and statewide, Mrs. Grace Kojima, had passed away. When her daughter was speaking to me, I couldn't catch my breath. And I had a very hard time hearing the heartbreaking news that such an incredible leader in our community was no longer with us. And I just, share with you that she passed one of the largest geo bonds in the state of California for San Ysidro School District. She built schools here. She modernized schools here. She created innovative programs that had to do with the Writers Anthology Tea, the performing arts programs, the legendary Teddy Bear event that gives teddy bears now. This will be the 25th year of the Teddy Bear event with the San Ysidro Women's Club, along with Alice de la Torre, who did all of these things together for our community. And at the end of the day, when I came in 2018 to serve the community that I also grew up in, here in San Ysidro, everybody said Mrs. Kojima, right? And everybody talked to me about how amazing that she was as a superintendent in our school district. And I'm so grateful and feel so blessed that I had Mrs. Kojima to take me under her wings for 7 years and to show me how to lift up our community and to really show me how to inspire a 4-letter word of hope for our students, that they could become anything they would want to become. And I look around the room today, and the children of San Ysidro have become board members. They have become a superintendent. They have become principals. They have become attorneys and engineers and leaders of our community, and I know one day leaders of our country. So I thank Mrs. Kojima for inspiring that hope in us. And I thank her for today, watching over us always from heaven and blessing us with her presence and blessing us with her belief that the children of San Ysidro can achieve any of their dreams. And for her family from Molokai to fly here, and from Okinawa, Japan, and mainland Japan to fly to celebrate the tribute of her life recently, this past weekend, and to share their cultural flowers, and to personally put together the bouquets that are sitting up here in honor and tribute. They made these flowers for our district, for our community, because they know that their mother's heart was with our school district and with the children of San Ysidro. So I want to start there and just say what a blessing that Mrs. Kojima has been and will always been as she watches over us from heaven. I will pivot, and that just happened this first month of school. And I just want to say thank you and express our district's gratitude to all of the people, the parents, and to our staff and our board members for leading our district to a remarkably wonderful start to a new school year. So we kicked off the new school year on Monday, July, and the end of July, and boy, was it mighty. We've had now 3 weeks of school. So if you can all just give yourselves, both parents and teachers and staff, a big round. It was nothing short of a fantastic start to the school year, and I'm so grateful. Thank you, everybody. We also kicked off our welcome back to staff. We have 650 staff members who lead and who work with their hearts and great compassion for our students. I'm so grateful they came to our welcome back staff event on July 25th, where our board announced the new theme of the year, Scholar or Academico, that embodies the spirit of curiosity and learning and academic excellence. And we were so incredibly honored to have the former state superintendent of public instruction of California, Jack O'Connell, as our keynote speaker. If you don't know too much about him, he devoted 3 decades to public service and education, serving 20 years in the California State Senate and Assembly before becoming the state superintendent of public instruction for not 1, but 2 terms. His distinguished career, he remained tireless advocate for student success, championing equitable access to education, closing the achievement gap, and preparing students for the demands of a global economy. What I love most about former superintendent Jack O'Connell, he was a teacher before doing all of that state leadership. So it was such an honor to have him kick off the year with our staff. Also, a big shout out during that event, we had our very own teacher, Eddie Garcia from San Ysidro Middle School as our photographer. Please give Eddie a big round of applause. He's so cool. A shout out to Ocean View Hills, Miss Mesa, our principal. Thank you for having your award-winning safety plan. We just like to believe you with that event. Boy, they are remarkable. Also, we're going to do a few more shout outs. Here we go. Sorry. Dr. Iniguez and to your great team for the modernization projects. Boy, Dr. Iniguez, really broke ground over at San Ysidro Middle School with his team, MOTF, and with the construction team. We are so excited to share that the renovations at San Ysidro Middle School to modernize are officially underway. And we're excited that our students at our middle school will deserve and have soon a modern and optimal learning environment where we are proud to begin this critical transformation. The newly renovated San Ysidro Middle School is scheduled to be completed December 2026. It will feature significant upgrades, enhanced infrastructure, state-of-the-art technology, new furniture and more. And boy, love how Mr. Martinez, our board vice president, put it. It's going to look like a college. It's going to be absolutely fantastic. Also, we want to do a shout out to our pupil services department. We've got our leader here, Veronica Medina, who did not just the first, but the 10th annual Families First Resource Fair on Saturday, July 26th. And this was such an exciting event where community partners participated in providing valuable resources and support to our families across the district. Every student that attended received a backpack filled with school supplies to help prepare them for the new year. And we had several amazing community partners join us with tables and resources for our families. Casa Familiar, San Ysidro Library, South Bay Community Services, Border View Family YMCA, the Fleet Science Center from Balboa Park, the City of San Diego, Planned Parenthood, Hearts and Hands, our Girl Scouts of San Diego, and even San Ysidro Health. And our very own Child Nutrition Services did the best thing for students. They brought ice cream. All right. We are proud to share that we've been having quite a bit of training for our educators in our district. District-wide training was provided by the San Diego County Office of Education on July 23rd to help our educators do their very best with that expert teaching in reading and writing. We also are a shout out to our transitional kindergarten, our TK teachers. Boy, they dove into training as well, top of this year, by learning how to improve student outcomes through high quality interactions and effective instructional strategies to support concept development in young learners. Their trainer was our very own director of our preschool and early education programs. Give a clap, please, to Julie Kexler. A shout out and thank you to our roughly 250 teachers throughout our school district, TK to 6th grade. They all participated in professional development on our instructional design, which scaffolds and differentiates learning for our students, particularly in the areas of literacy, reading, and writing. Big clap to our teachers and our services department. Big clap to our research teachers who helped put that training on. Thank you, resource teachers. Okay. We also had something happen this week. We had our Williams audits at two of our schools, La Mirada and Smythe Elementary Schools. And a tribute to all those who worked so hard under the leadership of Connie Rodriguez, who's in the house. Yes. Who's our coordinator of federal and state programs and language acquisition. And Connie writes to both the La Mirada and Smythe teams that the Ed Services Department would like to express their heartfelt thank you for their incredible job during the Williams visits at both of their schools. Because the moment they walked in, it was clear how much pride, care, and preparation went into the day for success. Their attention to detail, their warm hospitality made a true remarkable impression. And the visit reflected what they bring and the dedication they bring every single day to create a safe, welcoming, and well-resourced learning environment for our students. We have shout outs to those who worked so hard for these Williams audit visits. So if you hold your applause till I say all their names. Mr. Quintana, Dr. Bravo, Wendy Rodriguez, Monica Perez, our custodians, our teachers and staff at La Mirada and Smythe, our maintenance team, our Ed Services team, and our resource teacher, Adriana Aguilera, who worked so hard, along with Ms. Rodriguez and the principals. Now give them a clap. So, the report, shows already for both schools and one of the comments was that some of the cleanest restrooms they've ever seen. One of the inspectors said, so thank you, custodian. We also got shout outs for how clean the nurse's office was, the front office and our cafeterias. Go custodians, it's Mike and Lamarada. I can also share that we passed the instructional materials, requirements. So thank you, Mr. Ramos, Ms. Rodriguez, our principals, and our MRAS. Thank you so much. And now with regards to the safety concerns that we've been listening to, and also the wonderful work we've been doing with our law enforcement partners throughout the county of San Diego. I'll stop my comments because I know that Dr. Iniguez has some really good information to share about the safety in our schools. We do prioritize the safety in our schools as a very, very top priority for both our children that we serve and also for our staff. We also warmly welcome our families to register through those front offices to visit our schools as well. So Dr. Iniguez, I believe we are moving on to presentations, Madam President.
So we're going to ask 12.2 to be presented first because we do have speaker slips from parents who want to speak on this item.
What we can do is I can make a motion on the agenda, Madam President, to modify our agenda to put 12.2 as our first presentation. I'll make that motion.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Aye. Aye. 5-0. So I will now like to call up our Assistant Superintendent, Dr. Jose Iniguez, to present the school safety presentation.
Madam President, just a point of order, I know that usually when it comes to speaker slips regarding action items, we have our, the audience or the speaker speak first before the presentation. So just point of clarification.
So we have number 1, Pablo Sainz, that is the community member, parent, on 12.2. We will ask, please keep an eye on the timer. We're going to stay with the 3 minutes, please.
Voy a hacer mi comentario en español. Estoy aquí no como empleado, sino como padre y miembro de la comunidad de San Isidro y del sur de la ciudad de San Diego. Para mí, como mis hijos se graduaron de este distrito y ahora asisten a las escuelas locales y la seguridad es lo primordial. Y el lunes pude presenciar cómo estaba funcionando el nuevo sistema aquí precisamente en Willow, donde trabajé por un par de años y me dio mucho gusto ver cómo los padres se miraban contentos, los niños se miraban contentos. No miré a ningún niño llorando, no miré a ningún padre enojado, todo lo contrario. Pude presenciar a los empleados tomando de la manita a los niños más pequeños y los encaminaban a sus salones y los padres les saludaban a lo lejos y eso me dio mucho gusto porque aunque no es por atemorizar a nadie, pero como han dicho, la realidad de nuestro país en este momento es de que hay balaceras, hay gente mala que quiere dañar a los niños y este tipo de protocolos no es para mantener a los padres fuera, sino para proteger a los niños y a los empleados que trabajan en las escuelas. Ahora, como padre, mi hijo Bruno tiene 6 maestros y a través de diferentes aplicaciones de email, estoy en constante comunicación con los maestros, con la consejera académica, con la subdirectora. Entonces, yo invito a los padres a utilizar esas herramientas y si no saben utilizarlas, que pidan ayuda a los directores, a las directoras, a los administradores, a que los capaciten y que aprendan. Y si no, pueden hacer una cita, registrarse y visitar el plantel. Entonces, estoy a favor completamente como padre y como miembro de la comunidad. Gracias.
Brenda López.
Local members, Dr. Carter. My name is Brenda Lopez. I'm an instructional assistant here in San Ysidro School District. I work at Sims, San Ysidro Middle School. I've been here for 25 years. I have seen so much growth in this district. I have seen things that are unbelievable when it comes to the safety of these children in our school. Our number one priority is to always have that safety for our students. That makes me very upset when we have people that think that we don't do our jobs or that we don't care about the students. I love these students in this community. I grew up in this community. As Mr. Ayers, Ms. Lopez, and Madam President has said, there's not more than I can have that I written down and thought about this evening to come and speak tonight, to let you know that safety is number one in this community. I ask that we keep the policy of safety campus on this board for the students. I do supervision in the school sites before, during, and after school. And I have seen so much caring staff members. I have also had parents come onto the campus and I had no idea what was going on. And I have students had passed me and mistakenly, yes, they are in the special ed programs. I work in an SDC class. I'm very protective of students on the spectrum. So I want you to be aware, and I know this board has always been on top of it, along with Dr. Potter, you as well. We do care about our students. So there's not anything else, excuse me. I want to say that in the days that I have been, or years that I have been at San Ysidro Middle, there's been incidents where high schoolers have come onto campus wanting to fight our students. There's been homeless. There's been students that hop the fence in the back. So I totally agree with what we want to offer to our students and our parents. It's not saying that you can't come onto campus. Just do it the right way. Check in the beginning of the MCC, check with the principal. We always have monitoring. I do the monitoring too in the beginning of the school. I'm there at 7 o'clock every morning. My start time does not start until 7:30. But I care about the students. Thank you.
Thank you. Carlos de la Torre.
Good evening, board members and Dr. Potter. I'm here to commend the board and Dr. Potter for the policy to make San Ysidro School District students safe and secure. Having procedures for students, parents to visit the school is very appropriate. Checking in, as been said earlier, point of entry is very important. We never want to have an open door that anyone can come in at any time and visit and go around. We don't need that. No one needs that. No school should have that. Should be very strict restrictions as who comes in, and the school office needs to know who's in the school at any given time. And they're here because they've been vetted in some way. Sign in and sign out is very, very critical at this day. You hear every day something's happening. Young people, old people, all races are getting into activities that are inappropriate, bringing in guns and shooting up at Walmart and Trader Joe's, and we never want to see that, anything like that in our schools. And the more security, the better. And we should commend the policy, the safe campus policy. It should be something that we just know that's the best thing. Take for granted that that's what we need. High security, so that every parent knows that your child is safe in a safe environment in the school district. And yes, we need secure fences, we need secure doors, we need secure entry, and that's what we hope will continue, and even get stronger. There's even better ways to make it more secure, because there's, what's happening now is very serious, that people seem not to know what it's to respect the school environment, where teaching and education is the primary purpose of our schools. And security is one of the, as someone already said, #1 priority. So we congratulate you for supporting this policy of entry at a single point. And everyone knows who's in the school at any given time. So thank you for bringing this to light, and hopefully all the parents will understand that it's the best interest of all the community and the children. Thank you very much.
Lisa Morales.
Okay. Hi, thank you so much for having me. I've been here all night. They used to call me Joker. Anyways, I waited because I think that my voice should be heard too, right? Because I mean, my name is Lisa Morales. I have a son that goes to this school, which is Isaiah. Actually, all my children have came through this district. I've been in San Ysidro since 1994, so everything that has changed and been and good and bad, I've seen it all. But all my children have came through this district, and I have 3 other children that are fully successful and that have made it in their lives and done things that they wanted to do. So I wanted us to know that our children will be successful, right? Because that's what we pray over them. My son has ADHD, he has special needs, he has special needs in a way, he has attention deficit, or he can't sit still. I really wanted to come in and say that I have gone and got TB tested, so that I'm here to support all of the teachers, because my child does have special needs. I'm the grandma, I'm raising my grandson, because his mom is no longer here to do that. But that hasn't stopped me from going to do what I have to do to be a part of this school, because it takes a village to raise a child. And if you can't be involved in it because you want to walk in the class to let your kids say goodbye to you, but there's so much need. Look at the empty room. And it was like this from the start. There's 620 children here and we can't even fill a room to vote for stuff that we want for our children in this area. Safety should come first because all of our kids deserve to know, it might look bad on the outside. But like I said, when somebody says that to me, I say, no, that's for our safety of our children, because I've lived here and watched it all. I sit in the classrooms with the teachers and I watch them with all the other children. There's children that are just like my child, that is very, very hyperactive and very, very needy of attention. And the teacher has 26 to 28 children in that class, and if they have 6 or 7 children, for them to be able to keep them safe. Yes, there are times where they have to say, you need to sit over there by yourself, or you need to do that, and I've been one of the support teams to help them do that. So it's not just the way it looks and having a wall, the safety starts within the classroom. And to keep all of the other kids safe, the teachers are doing the best that they can, trying to get aides and if aides with people to come in and help them. And as a parent, we do have the right, the doors are open. I come in here once a week, every single week, and I'm here for my kids. So I just wanna invite all of the parents to come in and do the same for their child.
Is Nancy Felix still here?
She already gave her comment. I think. She already gave her comment.
Katina Delio.
Sorry, I have a loud voice, so I won't put it too close. All right, good evening, board trustees and San Ysidro community. My name is Katina De Leon, and I'm the SYEA president. As an educator, our main goal is to ensure that every child has the opportunity to learn in a safe, secure environment, free from harm and danger. And I've been in this district for 26 years, and I've been here for a very long time, and I've seen from the very beginning to where it is now, and we've made extreme changes and improvements from the time that I've been here. The responsibility of protecting our students is one we take very seriously, both from external threats and issues that arise within our own walls. In recent years, we've witnessed troubling incidents at various school sites. We've seen adults fighting outside the gates. We've witnessed adults confronting other students, shootings close to the school sites, thefts that are close to the school sites, and even parents or different adults shouting at staff in front of the children. This behavior is not only unprofessional, but deeply unsettling for the young minds who witness it. We are here to set an example to show how to handle conflict respectfully and appropriately. Our school has worked hard to provide a safe space, especially for students dealing with custody issues or who have keep away orders from particular family members. These measures help us create a stable, protected environment. And we've heard from many parents who appreciate these efforts and are happy with a more secure environment. I know personally for my kids in my district, I made sure that that the school that I put my kids in was the most secure school, because it gave me comfort, me teaching my students here in San Ysidro, that I'd be able to know that my students were safe enough at the school that they were at, because I wasn't able to be there. Many neighboring schools and districts in San Diego County have implemented for years a more secure and safe campus with less access, which is for the safety and well-being of our students, staff, and our parents. Safety is paramount, and it's just a reality we can't ignore. From 2024 until now, there have been 254 school shootings across the nation. Just this year, we've already had 14 school shootings. We all remember the tragedy in Uvalde, Texas, the loss of children and teachers that could have been prevented. We cannot let that kind of tragedy happen in our district. We need to be proactive instead of reactive. I don't want our district to ever have to send messages to parents, we're so sorry for your loss, if it was something that we could have prevented. That's why we are introducing this next phase of our safety plan, which is a secure campus. This is not to restrict communication or engagement from parents. I speak with my parents on a constant basis through Class Dojo, emails, phone calls, we're always available. And then also the upper grades, they have different measures that parents can contact the teachers. It doesn't mean you can't speak with your teacher or make appointments. What it means is it's creating a more secure and focused learning environment for our students. We've already seen success with Sunset, VDM, and Sims, which have been safe, secure campuses for many years. And I can tell you, when I started back in 1996 at Sims as a PE coach, it was a secure campus and parents weren't allowed to come on the campus. And that was back in 1999 when I started. And now it's time for all of us to take the next step of implementation of our school safety plan with the other school sites. We are committed to the safety and well-being of every child here. It's our duty and responsibility. Let's work together to keep our students safe and continue to provide them with the education they deserve. Thank you.
Good evening, Madam President, Dr. Potter, trustees, and community members. I'm a proud teacher of San Ysidro School District. I am deeply disappointed by the recent misleading statements on Facebook, and now I know that Instagram also, claiming that our district is banning parents from the campus or engaging in the so-called indoctrination of the students. These accusations are not only false, but deeply offensive, especially for the hardworking teachers, staff, and administrators who dedicate their lives supporting our children. Let me be clear, San Ysidro School District values parent involvement. Our school, yes, it does. If you are not reaching us, it's because you've been misinformed or misled. The school regularly hosts open houses, parent-teacher conferences, and family engagement events, because we know that education works best when families and schools work together. However, like all public schools in California, we follow state mandated safety policies under the comprehensive school safety plans. California Education Code sections 32-280, 32-289.5. These laws require us to maintain secure campuses to protect students from potential threats. This is not about keeping parents out. This is about keeping our children safe. As for the outrageous claim of indoctrination, our classrooms are places of learning, of critical thinking, and inclusivity. We teach a state-approved curriculum, not ideology. We're not a cult. If any parent has concerns about the classroom materials, I invite you to review firsthand these materials, attend schools events, and speak directly with teachers. Like in Mexico, we say, nadie sabe lo que tiene la olla mejor que la cuchara que lo revuelve. We are the spoon. We know what is in the pot. We have been in the business, especially for 25 years. If you don't know what we're teaching, come and see what we're teaching and the way we do it. You're welcome. You were not in my classroom, you missed. Before believing rumors, I urge our community to seek information from the district because we are the ones in the business. This sounds like have to work together. Don't believe false rumors. Thank you.
Alejandro Faría.
Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, oops. Good evening, everybody. I lived here in San Diego all my life, like people here, and I got a concern about Sunset. Sunset, and I've been fighting this, for a couple of years. The drop off is bad in that area. When they built that school, they did not make a drop off point. Every other school has a drop off point. And that concerns me because I almost got hit by a car. My granddaughter almost got hit by a car, and other children. That people just drop off their kids in the middle of the street and take off. Former principals that I spoke to know about it. And they got an area at the back where they could open up and make a drop off area. That's for the safety of the children. I don't know, especially when it rains, it is real bad. With the, excuse me, the help of the planning group of San Ysidro, we put up 2 signs going, either eastbound or southbound, I don't know how it goes there. But no U-turns, because cars, it's a small street and cars are throwing U-turns there. And it took me a long time, but we got those signs up there, but it does not work when there's nobody patrolling. I've been trying to call for city help, for the police, at least in the morning, drive by once, 10 minutes or something just to show up so that people could understand the concern about running somebody over. There is no security in the morning. Maybe there's a gentleman there. I haven't been there this beginning of the year. But usually when I don't work, I take my granddaughter to school. We walk. And that is, when it rains, it gets real bad right there. The intersection of Smythe and Sunset. And we're talking about safety. And like this gentleman here, Martinez, Mr. Martinez?
I'm Mr. Martinez,
Oh.
Mr. Arias.
Arias, okay, he said he wouldn't be able to sleep if something happened. And me, I wouldn't be able to sleep because I've been trying to do something about it and nobody hears me out. There's been, at the planning group, an officer there. I spoke to him, he said, we're shorthanded, but there's Monte Carmelo down the street. And when they have an event, there's 2 patrol cars there for 3 hours doing nothing. But they can drive through Sunset at least once a day when the kids are out or going in. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I would now like to call up Sandy Tikel from NICAR to present.
Madam President, just point of order, I believe now it's a presentation from Mr. Dr. Ennis.
Oh, yes, I'm sorry, I forgot.
We changed the agenda. Yeah.
Sorry for this. NICAR.
Good evening, Madam President, members of the board, Superintendent Potter. For the members in the community here tonight, my name is Jose Niguez and I'm an assistant superintendent here, and one of my responsibilities is school safety. I wanted to start off with the very first slide here. And already I can tell you this is not the right slide deck. So I'm gonna skip to this one here. Thank you. So apologies about the first slide, but that is not the correct slide, so I'm skipping right to the second one. And essentially the point that I wanted to make here is in the year 2025, as a fact, it's not an opinion that in our society, we are witnessing an increase in violent episodes. And our schools that are situated within our society are absolutely no exception to that. It's unfortunate, but once again, it is a reality. You've heard several stats mentioned tonight, one of which are school shootings. As you can see by the top graph there, school shootings, that is to say, at and inside of schools is growing exponentially. Below that, you will see a couple of other bits of information related to those acts of violence. For example, at the bottom left, you will see the timing of the attacks. About 25%, 1/4 of those attacks happen before school during drop-off. Then you have other episodes throughout the day, but that also includes the afternoon pickup. When you look at how long these episodes occur, sometimes seconds, it can happen in a flash. There are various weapons that are used, not just guns. But when you look at who the victims are of these incidents, once again, we're not talking around the neighborhood, we're talking about inside of schools. You will see that the vast majority of the victims are students. As far as the size of the school, you'll see that the data makes very clear. Size does not matter. The violence happens at all different types of sizes of schools. And I do apologize, the slide deck is off a little bit, and so it's throwing me here a little bit. But what I wanted to share with you, I'll just go with what the slide is that's you see in front of me here. So we wanted to share that our school district is implementing several best practices. I'm going to speak to 3 of them tonight in terms of how we protect our students. First, best practice is collaboration with emergency responders and community agencies. As you see, we have been actively doing that. We have a district safety task force and we have partners with us here tonight. And you'll hear a little bit more from them in just a minute. We also have implemented what are known as the 4 Ps: prevent, plan, prepare, and practice. Do not wait. What we're trying to avoid, if you look there at the threat continuum, is to avoid anything that you see over to the right in red. We've also taken it upon ourselves to do what we need to do beforehand, including active shooter training. We have worked with professionals on that, including the San Diego County Office of Education. A third best practice is what is known as a concept is called controlled access to campuses. I want to be clear here. This does not mean, once again, that parents cannot enter our campus. What it means is that the principals and the staff have the ability to know at all times who's on their campus. And this includes the morning drop off and the afternoon pickup. That's what we mean by controlled access. If you don't know who's on your campus, how can you keep your students safe? And if you've ever had a chance to look, there are times where people might be looking onto the school just to see what they see, to see if there are any points of vulnerability. And as a concept, it's been mentioned before by Madam President, but when you look at what the data is here by the US Department of Education, we are not alone. 98% of schools across the nation have implemented some sort of controlled access. And with that, as a concept, there are many forms in which we are trying to implement controlled access blanket, for lack of a better term, so that we do keep our students safe. I want to point out before I get into those that if you look at our California Constitution, Article 1, there is a provision within that first article that's referenced or called the California Safe School Provision, which makes clear that students have the right to safe schools. And there are many legal frameworks that make it clear that we as school districts have the managerial rights to take care of our students and to make our schools safe. That is in local parenti. We take the place of the parents. We do have that managerial right. We have that moral responsibility and that legal responsibility and duty. So one of those methods in which we can control who's on our campus at all times is by establishing what is referred to as a single point of entry. You see, I have one picture at the bottom right of what we're doing here at Willow. I couldn't fit any more pictures in there, but the point behind a single point of entry is that you do not have a free-for-all in terms of who's on your campus. Gone are the days, I think we're putting up the correct slides, and so thank you very much, so whoever's doing that. Gone are the days where you have a wide open campus, I'm talking about physically during the instructional day. That just doesn't happen anymore. Let me see if I can find the right slide, and my apologies. So that was the initial slide, and I shared some of this data with you. And I do ask for your patience here because the slide deck was out of order, but I'm gonna come back to this one here for just a second because I want to make clear that I showed you some of the national data, but what I haven't talked to you about here is within our own community, some of the threats that our students are essentially exposed to on a daily basis. And so, for example, you see here homicides. If you look at the last 4 years, we're talking about an average of here in the San Ysidro community. I'm not talking about the city of San Diego proper. San Ysidro, you're looking at 1 to 2 homicides annually. Assault, and this includes aggravated, we're looking at 126 to 288 annually. As far as weapons charges and any violations of weapons, we have 10 to 28 annually. With regard to registered offenders, and this is public information, anyone can go look it up. We have an average of 150 annually. So when we talk about keeping our students safe, we're not just talking about weapons. We're also talking about keeping our students safe from all types of predators. As far as the impact on our school, I wanted just to speak to you anecdotally. It's compared to a lot of people here in this room. I have not been here that long. In fact, October will be 3 years for me, but in that time, I have to tell you, in the last 2 years, I have witnessed some things that have happened just across the street here at this very school. I've seen, well, I haven't seen it, but I've come after the fact. There's been a shooting right across the street. There's been a stabbing. I remember another situation here, and thankfully, the students were not in session here, but we had someone escape law enforcement, run on the campus, cut themselves somewhere, we don't know where, but they were bleeding profusely. Our crew, thanks to our crew, they were able to come in and we were with them, Dr. Fowler and myself, 3 or 4 in the morning to clean that up. But you can only imagine if our campus was open when that happened, who knows if this person would have grabbed this student. You never know. I'll give you another one. Ocean View Hills, within the last year. Same thing, someone escaped from law enforcement vehicle, don't ask me how it happens, but was hiding in the front parking lot. Thankfully, that person did not try to make themselves, did not try to access our campus. We were very fortunate. My point is that we face active threats daily. And so now what I'm gonna do, and again, thank you for your patience here. I'm gonna go back to this slide. What we're trying to avoid once again is to have a situation where one of our students or staff is injured. So I'm going back now to the single point of entry. The idea behind a single point of entry is that there are multiple challenge points when you want to get onto campus. So for example, here at Willow, we now have vehicle gates during the instructional day. We have a pedestrian gate where if you need to be on this campus, you can get on campus. But first, you're gonna have to present yourself to a camera that's at the sidewalk, whether you're a pedestrian or a vehicle. And in this way, you can present yourself to the staff and they can see if you do have a valid reason to be on campus. If so, you will make it through the first checkpoint, but you still can't get on campus. Clearly, there is now a second point. And if you were to look at the front of the main office here, there's yet a second point of entry that you have to clear, which is another camera where you have to present yourself to the people or the reception area. And then even at that point, once you make it in, you're still in a sort of a holding stage there where they verify that you are who you are and they make sure that you have a legitimate reason to be on campus. At that point, they will buzz you in to the campus, but even then, it's restricted. Now, currently, Willow is our pilot program. I will admit, there are some wrinkles that we have to iron out. It's always that way with a pilot program. But I've also been here long enough to remember that this fence was pretty much wide open. It was not sturdy. We now have very, very solid, thick gauged fence there. And as you see in the picture, we have bollards. We used to have vehicles that would take out at the corner there at a high rate of speed and smash right through that fence. And we would have people that would take jacks to the fence and open it wide open, leaving our students vulnerable to the street, to anyone that may want to enter. And so that is the concept behind a single point of entry. There are other aspects going back to controlled access to campuses. So for example, our morning drop off and afternoon pickup. It has been said here several times before, but it bears mentioning, this is not new. This has been happening for a while. We are now phasing in the other schools. And I also want to repeat, even though it's been said several times, we are not tonight. If you're a parent here, please know, we value your participation. We need you here. The only thing that we ask you to do, as has been said, is just follow procedure, let the principal know that you're here and that you need to access campus. And as you know, we have had a very positive relationship with you and work with the principal, and we will make sure that that happens. We understand your child may have anxiety. It happens. We get it. We will work with you, but just let us know who's on campus. We'll assign you the proper identification, and off we go. There is another aspect to a controlled campus, and that is restricting the line of sight should someone get past all the security perimeters and is now actively hunting victims. You saw the slide, which 85% of the victims of school shootings and any type of violence are students. So what we've learned and working with professionals is you want to obscure their line of sight as much as possible, and with that, we have tinted windows. We've implemented those at Bamida and Smite. Those two are pilot programs. Nothing is perfect, but it is part of an overall controlled access approach. And then we also have, and you'll hear a little bit more about this in just a little bit, but we also have at one of our schools a pilot program, which is known, we have implemented a Raptor system, a visitor registration program. And essentially what that is once you present yourself to the front office staff and make your business known about why you're there, we will run your name through a system and through certain databases, which we are allowed to do. For example, if you're a registered sexual offender, you will be flagged. If there is no reason for you to be on that campus, you will be turned away. If you do not leave, we will call law enforcement. And with that, we will also print out an ID that has your picture on that. So again, that's just one or two or three things here that I've listed for you that are part of the controlled access to our campus. But I think I've talked enough on this particular area, and I wanted to invite our members of law enforcement here to see if there's anything else that you wanted to add to any of the concepts I just mentioned, particularly about the controlled access to campus.
No, you don't need it. Okay.
Hello, my name is Carissa Edwards. I'm the lieutenant with Community and Youth Services.
We're recording this line.
Thank you.
My name is Carissa Edwards. I'm the lieutenant with Community and Youth Services for the San Diego Police Department. In 2024, the police chief, he created our command and our unit, really with the intent to change our engagement with youth, making it 8% positive versus 80% us being reactive and arresting kids. With that said, that has not changed the mission that we have as a unit. And our number one mission is always going to be addressing school threats, whether it's active shooters, whether it's kids on campus with guns, things like that. So I brought with me Sergeant Sal Hurtado, who is the sergeant responsible here for our Southern Division, and he's going to share some things with you referencing active shooters.
Thank you, Lieutenant.
Thank you, Dr. Potter, distinguished members of the board, and thank you for having us. We appreciate the opportunity to share our information. And again, we're not here to sway one way or the other. We're here to provide information so you all can make an educated decision on what you think is best for your children, right? But it is the school and the school board's job to foster a healthy learning environment. In doing so, if we can just take one element, and that's the fear of harm away from your children when they're here at school, then it allows them to think about other things instead of, is somebody gonna be coming on campus and causing harm? So I'm just gonna talk about a couple things. As Mr. Rosario stated, San Ysidro is not immune to violence. Back in 1984, they had the McDonald's massacre, where somebody went into McDonald's and for no reason at all, started shooting everybody. A lot of people were killed during that event. And then in recent times, you have Uvalde, Texas. There was a school shooting there. That was a secure campus. The reason why the shooting was successful was due to a faulty door lock. He was able to get onto the campus and into classroom because a door lock was not working. And it had been reported, but it just hadn't gotten fixed. And then you have the Covenant shooting back in 2023. And this one kind of stands out to me a little bit. And part of the investigation, they do an after action report to talk about what led up to it and what could have maybe we could do differently. And we learned from every one of them. And part of the investigation, and by the way, this is open source information on Wikipedia. It's the 2023 National School Shooting. If you want to look that up, it has the whole investigation from start to finish. But this part really stands out to me the most. And it reads, evidence include a detailed map of the school with potential entry points and a manifesto. Hale was believed to have undertaken reconnaissance and had originally considered targeting another location, but had decided not to carry out the attack due to the level of security on that premises. That shooter did not go to their original school that they decided that they were going to attack because of the deterrent, because it was a target hardening location where it was going to be harder to make entry to do damage, right? And it's no secret, in this country, we have a mental health crisis. We have a narcotics crisis. We have a homeless crisis. And a lot of those go hand in hand. Very unfortunate. So we need to be able to keep any bad actors, whether they intend to or not, away from our children. And I have a personal story, is that last school year, I personally, myself, a detective sergeant, who really doesn't go out and arrest people, arrested a guy, jumping climbing the fence at Finney Elementary out of Sweetwater School District, going onto the campus during school time. They had this occur a couple of different times, but by the time we responded, the gentleman had left. It just so happened that very day, I was meeting with the principal and some of the staff there, and he happened to be walking up the street. Who knows what his intentions were, but I was able to take him to custody, and he's still in custody today. So I cite these things again, not to put fear in you, but to help you understand, these are real life situations. These are things that we're seeing every day. And of everything that I'm telling you today, this is the most unfortunate fact. Not if it's going to happen, but when is the next school shooting going to happen? Not if, but when. If we can do one thing to maybe deter a bad actor that wants to do harm to our children, make it a little more difficult to be there and to get onto the campus, it might be worth it. I think it is.
I think it is. So again, I thank you all for your attention. I thank you for having me. Again, Dr. Potter, board members, I really appreciate the opportunity to speak to everyone today. Thank you.
All right, I have one more thing to add, actually a couple more things. Recently, we have received, some law enforcement information cautioning law enforcement and letting them know that people are actually entering school campuses with the ones that are open to do the reconnaissance that Sergeant Sal Hurtado talked about. They're going into schools and they are making maps and looking at what their targets are going to be. That is really happening. Law enforcement has come in contact with these folks and they are cautioning other law enforcement agencies to be on the lookout for things like this. I was very happy to see and hear that you guys have 2 points of entry to come in, because in Sandy Hook, they actually have secured entry, but the secured entry was right up at the front office. And that shooter was able to go through the glass and make entry into the school. So as much as I'd like to have many officers, this is a law enforcement crisis. We don't have enough cops. Every law enforcement agency across the nation is hurting for officers. We are having trouble recruiting and retaining our officers. So what does that mean for you? That means less people to respond. That means less people there out on the streets. And what we really need our schools to do is to take the lessons that have been learned from prior school shootings and pay attention to the experts, because who knows how long it's going to take for us to get there. These things occur within 1 to 15 minutes, and then it's done. That is the average. And so you will make our lives easier if we know we have a contained environment as we are responding to the scene. We don't have to form as big of a perimeter as we need to. And additionally, I do want to add that we are across the city. So community and youth services are responsible for every school within the city of San Diego, which means that we are walking on the campus. This concept here is not new. We see it from all the way to North County, all the way through Southeastern, Mid-City. We are seeing schools that are controlling the access. They are putting up fence. They are putting up barriers to not allow cars to crash through great gates and crash through parking lots and into playgrounds. So we are seeing this across the city. And so I encourage all of you to take your safety in your own hands as much as possible. Thank you for having us.
And when Lieutenant Edwards, Sergeant Hurtado, as Sergeant Hurtado always says to me, a criminal needs to be right only once. A school district has to be right every day. So with that, next slide, I'm not going to repeat the data that's up there because it's been said, but I do want to say this about what you see there in terms of parent concerns. In all fairness, the district has been proactive to reach out to those who may have some concerns. We've even gone as far as trying to speak to those who have community meetings. We've been there in person. We've asked whether or not we can speak to the group. Can we answer any questions for you? We've been turned away. So with that, I would like to invite a couple of our representatives from various schools just to share with you a little bit about some of the points that I've already made. For example, with the Raptor system, Ms. Erica Mesa, Principal Ocean View host.
Good evening, Vice President Rosario, Dr. Potter, and
I'm normally not nervous, but I think I was just reminded about how hard my job is as a principal, and I might not sleep tonight. But my name is Erika Mesa, and I am a proud principal to serve at Ocean View Hills School. And I'm here to share just a little bit about our school and what we do as part of our commitment to safety. Our school has been using the Raptor system for as long as I've been at Ocean View. So for 5 years, I know one of my parents and staff members has been there longer, and they've been using it in the past as well. And that is just one of the tools that we use that instantly scans visitors' ID, any government issued ID. We're able to scan their driver's license, their California issued ID, and it checks the national, it checks against national offender registries. And it issues a printed badge with the same photo that's on your driver's license or ID card. We're able to put those badges on parents that want to come on campus so that they're easily identified. Our staff is easily identified. Mr. Quintana, if you can hold the little vest that I forgot to bring up with me. Sorry. I don't have much time, but I do craft a little bit when I'm bored. So I personalize these vests for my staff. It has their name in the front so kids can identify who they are and so parents can also identify. But we've been using, again, like I said, the Raptor system, just so we know who's on campus at all times. They come into the office, we scan their ID, they check in. We put exactly the location where they're going, and then they check out when they're leaving the office. So this, yes.
I have a quick question.
Of course.
I think, and I heard horror stories from other principals as well about individuals that are non-parents going to schools and just randomly walking everywhere. I mean, that for me is absolutely unacceptable, and that's the concern, at least I have, regarding the safety of our schools. I even heard a horror story, don't know if it's true, that an individual was actually in the children or the students' bathroom. So just want to say that for me, that whatever you're doing in terms of making sure we know, first of all, non-parents, unless they're volunteering and they have a repertoire with the community, non-parents should not be randomly walking in our schools. A person who has a student at Smythe or La Mirada should not be at Willow randomly walking around our schools. That's unacceptable. And bottom line is, and I don't know if the police is still here, anyone that's caught in our children's bathrooms should automatically be arrested, in my opinion. So bottom line is, when it comes down to safety, I really appreciate the program that you have in place. But I just wanted to say, because I've heard horror stories, absolute horror stories. And it's too bad the media isn't here to hear this, because they're here for their own personal agenda. But I really hope they see this recording. And the bottom line is, the horror stories that I've heard, this protocol and process is a no-brainer. I just want to say thank you for that. Actually know where parents are going, right?
Yes.
Okay, that's the key.
Yeah, and so even our volunteers align with the district protocols, they do get fingerprinted and background checked through the district. So even our volunteers, when they come in, we still scan their ID cards so that, again, we have a count of who's on campus and who's not for emergency purposes as well. But this year, again, we strengthened the system by fully aligning it with our controlled access approach that Dr. Inigas was mentioning. Not just during the exact school hours of 8:30 to 3, but also during the drop-off and pickup times. So again, every visitor, every volunteer, every vendor, they have to check in through a single point of entry. And they have to wear their Raptor badge when they are on campus. So this has given us a greater control over the entry to our school, especially critical for our campus that does have, it says 10:33, we're at 10:46, and slowly growing. And we're very excited about that, but we're also located right next to a park, a public park that, we love and our children love. They like to go after school. Parents like to take their kids too, but it also makes us a very vulnerable, it's a vulnerable place, and it has access to community members or anybody that can be out there. And we get several calls in the mornings, letting us know. Mr. Williams is a testament to that we'll get a call saying there was a homeless in the restroom, or there's somebody just sitting in a car watching, and so we take action immediately. So the results have been overwhelmingly positive. The drop-off and pickup, as of now, is running very smoothly. Many parents have expressed and reassured that they feel knowing that our campus is very closely monitored. Our staff, including administration, teachers, campus aides, have received compliments. You know, we've received calls, we've received emails, and in person, thank you from our families who appreciate the added layer of protection. While change can be challenging, I've met directly with parents that had concerns, questions. Through open and transparent conversations, we've been able to address the concerns. We've been able to find solutions together for special circumstances and work together to make sure that the procedures support everyone in our campus. As educators, and I think parents ourselves, we carry the responsibility of protecting every child as if they were our own. And with Raptor controlled access and the partnership of our staff families, our campus has never felt more secure. And I think I speak on behalf of all of our principals. While these specific procedures are not something that we were asked either, right? We were not asked, do you want to do this or do you not want to do this? It's a district, board policies that need to be implemented. But I think I speak on behalf of all of them, as we are all parents, that when we step foot on our campus, all of your children become our children. And I don't sleep at night, many nights, right? Because I'm thinking, what's next? How am I gonna make it better? How am I gonna make sure, that every parent feels comfortable dropping off their child with us, because they're with us for a majority part of the day. So thank you guys for trusting us with your children, because you continue to bring them. And we're here to work with everybody, with not just our parents, but our community and our colleagues. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Meza. And as the next principal walks up, I do want to remind everyone that the Raptor system over at Mosquito Hills is our pilot program. We're actively exploring expanding that to all of our sites. And so now to speak more specifically to the experiences with our single point of entry is the Willow principal.
Thank you.
Oh.
Good evening, Madam President, Dr. Potter and cabinet members. I am the principal here of this amazing school, Willow. And I'm here to share with you the importance of a single entry and the controlled entry during ingress and egress. And I'm not only sharing this as the proud principal of this amazing school, but I also share this as a parent too. Just as Ms. Mesa just shared, what we do is at the center of it and at the nucleus of it all is for our children. And so I would like to share with you a bit about the challenges we face in our local area that are adjacent to us, that are across the street from us. We have a bridge that's right behind our schoolyard, and several unsafe activities occur there. We have a bus stop area for our kids to be dropped off and picked up, and that needs to be cleared several times a week. Prior to students coming onto campus is what our campus security or Mr. Ossio really ensures of, because there are people sleeping there or there are encampments. We have a dilapidated hotel across the street that houses unsafe people. Bodies have been removed from there. Unsafe and critical incidents have occurred there in the past that affected our school, in which we've had to go into lockdown and shelter in place numerous times due to the activities that occur there. At the incident, one that was shared earlier, our night custodians, one night I get a call, they're in shelter in place. We have an intruder that's been chased from the south, from these stores down the street by Border Patrol. I was right on campus. When they get called, I came. I was here and I saw it happening. Thankfully, yes, it did not happen while our students were on campus, but my custodians were on campus, and we still want their safety. The boarded up former department store that's adjacent to us, which is serving as shelter for transients. We have transients roaming the area. We have a freeway embankment just adjacent to us that serves for unhoused encampments, that my campus security every morning does a sweep, and we're making phone calls and cleaning up and making sure that our campus is secure. So those are just a few examples of the outside threats that we do see and that we do face. So a single point of entry and having controlled entry and exit procedures is a critical component to our campus. It's for the safety of our children here at Willow. This practice has ensured that our students, my staff, my parents, all feel safe. Visitors are monitored when arriving and leaving our school. By channeling the foot traffic into designated entry places in the morning, in the afternoon, during school hours, we have enhanced our student safety. How? Because we can monitor closely who is coming in and onto this campus to ensure that students are released to only our authorized individuals. We prevent unauthorized access. We have to. We limit those entry points. Why? To reduce the risk of strangers or unauthorized visitors to gain access of our school grounds. Support emergency procedures, exactly that. In case of any emergency, staff know exactly where people are entering and exiting from. That also, as mentioned earlier by our officers, it does make it easier for them to help us manage in a time of need. Increased accountability. A single point of entry allows for accurate sign in and sign out tracking of visitors, volunteers, and late arrivals. We want to know who's on our campus. We want to know who needs to stay on our campus and who needs to be off our campus. And what does it help us do? Create a predictability. Consistent routines for drop off and pickup only help our students, our parents and staff to move safely, efficiently, for reducing any kind of confusion and congestion within the morning drop off and pickup. And I will say that I've been keeping time, as we do with exercises and whatnot, after school pickup. Everyone's in their safe place within 10 minutes. Within 10 minutes. Prior to that, it took more than half an hour to clear the campus, to make sure the bathrooms were clear, to make sure my hallways were clear, to make sure that everyone on my campus, my students and my staff, were safe. So this safety measure is not about inconvenience. It's not about creating a secure, orderly, it's about creating a secure and orderly environment where learning can thrive and our families can feel confident that we are protecting their children. Because as Ms. Mesa said, we don't sleep at night, right? We are always thinking of how we can better any system for our children. And that's why we're here, to better every single system for their safety, for their emotional, social, and academic well-being. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Serta. I do want to apologize before I get to Mrs. Ruiz that we did have a parent that wanted to come up with Mrs. Mesa, but I missed that and I do apologize. So if you're here, Ms. Moreno, please come on up and I do apologize once again.
Good evening, President Rosario, trustees, Dr. Potter, and members of the community. My name is Elizabeth Moreno, and I am both proud parent and an employee of Ocean View Hills School. I have two children who attend school there. One is in 5th grade and one is in the 2nd grade. And every day I have the unique privilege of walking onto campus with them. But as soon as I arrive at work, I'm not just a mom to two of my children. I become part of the team that cares for over 1,046 students on our campus. Every single one of them becomes my kids too. Over the years, I've built strong relationships with our families. Parents trust me, not with just questions or concerns, but with their children's safety and well-being. That trust is something I take very seriously because I know that the same trust I place with the rest of our staff when it comes to my own children. That's why I'm so thankful for the new safe campus procedure we have implemented this year. Knowing exactly who is on campus at all times gives me a peace of mind, not just as an employee, but as a parent. These procedures make it easier for us to welcome visitors in a safe, organized way while ensuring that every adult on campus is accounted for. Over the past few weeks, numerous parents have called, emailed me, and even texted me to thank for these new procedures. When we heard about the most recent incident in Chula Vista, it was a reminder that safety is not just about protecting our students, but also our families. For me personally, there's a comfort in knowing that when I arrive at work, I can let my own children walk into school without worry, safe from just anyone being able to walk onto campus. With the park as our backyard, this extra level of security is especially important. I want to thank our school leadership, district staff, and community partners who continue to support our school and district. Your commitment has made a real difference. Today, I can honestly say our campus feels safer than ever before, and that means the world to me, both as a mother and as part of the Ocean View Hill School. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak today and for your continued support of the safety and well-being of our students.
Thank you very much. And as we've said earlier, there are some schools that have been implementing the controlled access for quite a while. And so for that, to give you a little bit more about the experiences in that regard, is the San Ysidro principal, Ms. Marian Ruiz.
Good evening, members of the board, Madam President, and Dr. Potter, and San Ysidro community. My name is Maria Ruiz, and I'm the principal of San Ysidro Middle School. I want to share how our middle school campus is prioritizing student safety through our controlled access to campus policy. For several years, we have required all guests to sign in at the main office before entering the campus. This practice helps us control and monitor who is in our campus at all times, which is essential to preventing unauthorized access and ensuring the safety of our students and staff. For example, we have situations where parents with different custody rights are involved, and sometimes a parent with a custody may attempt to access a student. Thanks to our signing system and carefully monitoring at the office, we have been able to prevent unauthorized contact and keep the students safe. Additionally, there have been times when transients have entered our parking lot. By keeping our gates closed and restricting entry, we have been able to prevent them from walking onto the campus, further ensuring a secure environment for everybody. This process has been implemented smoothly and without any issues for several years. We give our students an opportunity to improve their independence and grow their social emotional skills by navigating the school independently. Students walk confidently to their school knowing that they're protected. And at the same time, we make sure parents and visitors feel welcome, so they know we value their partnership. We have welcomed community members through our school site council, and Ms. Palestino, who was just here, can testify to that, as she serves as our secretary for our committee. So even with our historical protocols of safety and controlled access, the venue for parent and community involvement continues to be open and accessible. Our goal is to do our best to protect our students while fostering a positive and secure learning atmosphere. We appreciate the board's continued support as we keep safety and forefront of our campus community. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Ruiz, for your time and for sharing those experiences with everyone. If you're keeping count, 2 more slides. This slide here, we simply wanted to point out to everyone that everything that we're doing, everything that you're hearing about tonight is incorporated and reflected in what is what is called the Comprehensive School Safety Plan. This is something that all of our schools do annually. There is a process that's involved. And part of that process involves reviewing all of the data related to safety and to explore what are the different ways in which a school can improve its safety. And this is something that the board approves annually. And part of that comprehensive school safety plan is how do we respond when there is in fact a major emergency, and that involves different types of agencies. And so you have 2 different systems that we use when that's in need. One would be the National Incident Management System, and then within that is the Incident Command System. The point of this is that there's a coordinated way of responding to emergencies, especially around here where we have agencies that are involved in any emergency situation. And then when it comes to any type of emergency that's on campus, there must be, for lack of clarity and execution, a very clear chain of command, and that starts with our superintendent. But this is what we train for. When there is that situation, if you ever hear or see one of our schools go into a lockdown situation, for example, you will see our superintendent that will be the one that is communicating with law enforcement and other emergency responders. There has to be a strict chain of command. We cannot afford any type of confusion in any regard. So with that, we appreciate your time, and I'm happy to take any questions if there are any.
James, I do have a question.
Yes.
We as board members, if we go to visit the system, the Raptors system, will we be asked for an ID and also get a badge?
Yes.
I believe we need that.
Yes.
If they're, you're in a clear.
Yeah, my second question.
Sorry.
Oh, wow.
It's just that our board members are already fingerprinted and cleared with the Department of Justice. So they already have clearance to access our schools during scheduled times and appointments that we have with them.
We will get a picture taken.
There you go.
No, I guess my question, Dr. Iniguez, Ms. Mesa mentioned that the Raptor system is right now being modeled as a model in
Yes.
in Ocean View Hills. Is there a way we can implement that district-wide? Because honestly, the bottom line is, I've said this before and I'll say it again, there's no reason that a non-parent should be randomly walking around any school. In fact, I would just say, there's not even a reason why a parent, community member, or even a board member should be randomly walking around any school. We need to have a purpose of being there, and we have to identify that, and I can basically follow that protocol. So I guess my question is, when are we gonna implement the Raptor system district-wide?
Absolutely. So first of all, for anyone that is listening, we are actively exploring the costs associated with that. So.
Okay, well, that's a different story.
Right, and so with that, as soon as we're able to process that, because there is some equipment involved, with any luck, and I'm taking an educated guess here based on, my conversations so far with the vendor, it is possible to maybe implement, I would say maybe October, if we really make an effort to do that, which we are. So we are making a commitment to that.
Thanks. Thank you.
Absolutely. And again, that's just one piece of the overall managed entry to our school, just one piece.
I just want to add to Mr. Martinez's comment, about the Raptor system, because I have also, research about this, and it's the most effective, procedure for every school. So thank you.
Yeah.
For having that in Ocean View, but realistically, we only have it in one school in 1-point entry. And, Ocean View has 2-point entries. So it will be, nice to have it in every school. And so first of all, I want to speak for the parents and for me. And thank you for everyone for this presentation and everybody that provided a lot of input. I appreciate it. But I just want to say we are not against safety. I don't think we never said that. We just said we are in favor of safety, but in a different measure, in a different way. In fact, I have always been an advocate for this. When we cut the positions for campus security staff, I was advocating for these positions to remain in the school district, and still we got cut those. And well, my answer was that this position was not required by the state, so it got cut. And then I also stated just now that I wanted to take action to suspend the safe campus policy and direct staff to develop safety measures that restore parental access while prioritizing student and family rights. And if not, then pause and district-wide forum to hear parents' voices. Together, we can create solutions balancing safety and engagement. So I just want to emphasize that we are not saying no to safety, but we're just saying that we can do different measures, like badges. And this, I mentioned in one email that I sent Dr. Potter to hopefully take different measures, like every parent to have a badge, in order to enter the school. And with this badge, if you don't have the badge, then you're not in. I'm totally with that. I'm in favor of that. And I was thinking before knowing about the Raptor system, something like the Costco system will work, where if you don't enter Costco, you don't have your card. So it can be, and the Raptor system models that exact way to enter. So I'm very glad that a lot of parents are receiving these accommodations because they ask. But in reality, most of the parents will not ask. Why? Because of different things, because of different reasons. Maybe they don't have time. Maybe they're just simply shy. And different reasons. And what I do not like is that some parents will get this accommodation and not as an inclusive matter. I think all parents should have the equality opportunity to have this opportunity to get inside of the campuses with the secure measure. We're not saying no to safety. Safety is definitely one of my first priorities as well. And if we require ID, that's great. That's perfect. That's another example of how can we enter the school campuses. And all parents are going, because it's an effective matter to use the badges and to scan them. Because then if all parents go to the office and run the ID and for them to go through the system, that would be very hectic if all parents go through that procedure. So that's why the Raptor system will definitely make that solution for every school. So I definitely urge to have that system for everything, for every school. And I'm not very 100% sure if our bonds can allow that, because I know that said one of the first things that this measure proposed, it was for security for our schools. So maybe we can rely from that bond money. And also, again, if the police officers were still here, I was gonna ask, what does the data and their acknowledgement said about cameras in schools? What do they think about that? If this is also a good campus security measure, since we have been asking for this since at least 2 years
speak to
ago.
that if you'd like me to.
Oh, sure, go ahead.
So first of all, there's, the cameras is a multifaceted issue, not only because it has to be negotiated with our collective bargaining units in terms of how it impacts their work environment, but I can tell you, having gone to a lot of these professional developments and trainings and talking to districts themselves who have invested millions upon millions in cameras, hasn't stopped the crime, because it's no substitute for human hypervigilance and vigilance. And so the cameras can be there. I can take you to districts where the administrators will tell you that. I'm not saying that cameras in and of itself are not useful in the general concept, but cameras themselves will not effectively substitute for a restricted controlled access to your campus and hypervigilance.
What about more stuff? More security stuff to Mr. Williams? in each school.
I think having more Mr. Williams would be great.
I will be very happy for that too. I know, yeah. AI probably can do that now. And Mr. Inez, when you say 98% of some sort of control access, are these the same as, parents out of the schools, all of them, the 98%?
Excuse me,
Is that?
would it be possible for us to respond in,
Okay.
board highlights? Only,
Absolutely.
only because of the time, it's past 10 o'clock.
Okay, then maybe just a few more things, that is very important. So you mentioned. the board
Again,
policy.
maybe you can, send your concerns to.
I'm sorry, I asked for this presentation in advance and I didn't get it, so that's why I'm asking this my question
Because a lot of it has
now.
already been stated.
And, I couldn't have these responses before. I did ask, I followed the protocol.
Write them down.
Follow the protocols 2 weeks in advance and still I didn't get.
Ask your questions and the response can be, given
Okay.
later.
Very,
Maybe it's
very
10
quick.
o'clock, past 10 o'clock. We still have to go back into.
I'm
closed
sorry,
session.
well,
Ask your
that's not my
questions.
fault.
Um,
Just 2 things. Can I ask 2 more things?
Just questions that the answers will not be given to here.
Yes,
Okay,
we'll write
Sure.
down the question.
Write down the questions.
okay, what I noticed is that, the comprehensive school safety plan, and you did state the policy, regulation, which is your 0450. And I'm very glad that you did that because it does say that the school site council might delegate the responsibility for developing a comprehensive safety plan to a school safety planning committee composed of the following members: principal, teacher, parent, classified employee, or other members. Why was this not followed? I know that this, and my other question is who approved this? Because I have not had, an exact time of when it was approved, and I think if the school site council needs to approve this, then it definitely needs to be reapproved every year. And last thing, I promise, I have a lot of questions, but, yes, how was parental, inclusive participation was involved in this, measure, since it is the policy and it is part of the LCUP and part of our goals. Was parents involved in this? That's the whole thing, like. Were parents involved in this decision? You were not here back then, but, this is a whole new year. And again, I'm not against it, and I'm not against this, but definitely. We need a different system. That's what I'm saying. We need a different system, and not every parent goes inside the schools. It's just very little percentage. So that little percentage can go back inside with their badges. If they don't have badges, I'm 100% with you that they shouldn't get in. So that's that. Thank you.
Any other board comments? Dr. Potter, do you have any comments?
Very briefly, I'll thank Dr. Iniguez for putting together such a thorough safety presentation for our schools. And most importantly, I'll commend and sincerely thank our governing board members for continuing to prioritize student safety in all of our schools, in the school district. In thinking about this topic, one of the things that I recall so distinctly as a child was that McDonald's massacre here in San Ysidro in 1984. And at the time, my mother was an adjunct professor for San Ysidro, or for the Southwestern Community College, located to the right of McDonald's at the time. And she distinctly, just came home traumatized when this incident happened. where 22 individuals were fatally shot, one including an unborn baby, and 19 individuals were wounded. And the thing that I didn't know until a couple of weeks ago, in talking to staff who've been here for many, many years before me, was that the shooter of the McDonald's massacre was one of our parents. And so it's very haunting to me to think about the safety and the fact that we live in a time and in a world where safety has to be the top priority. We can't get to the education of our students without safety being absolutely number one in our schools. I have had the absolute honor and blessing to serve as the superintendent, and the auxiliary title that I hold is emergency commander. So as superintendent, I am the district's emergency commander. And in the last 7 years, unfortunately, like in all communities where schools reside, our community also has had very serious, dangerous neighborhood incidents on an annual basis. And those dangerous incidents have happened on the perimeter streets across from our schools. And I can share with you that the minute that these things happen, my heart stops to beat. And I start to think, oh my gosh, what do we need to do? And I'm so grateful to this board and to our district for sending me as the emergency commander and sending our management team and safety teams in all of our schools to trainings on how to keep children and staff safe in our schools. So unfortunately, I have had to lead the emergency response to multiple gun incidents in our neighborhood, multiple knife incidents, drug abuse and transactional incidents, mental health incidents, particularly with homeless that live in the outskirts of the neighborhood of our schools, legal custody incidents between parents, temporary restraining order incidents. And just at this school alone, which prompted us to make this school the pilot for the fencing project for the single point of entry, just last year, right across the street from Willow, we had 2 gun incidents, one ending in a homicide, 1 knife incident, and 1 incident in the middle of the night where the principal and Dr. Iniguez and I, at midnight, had to deploy back to Willow because of that individual that hopped the fence when the fence was too low and not rebuilt yet, and made it onto our campus with a wound that left the blood all over the campus. We were here from midnight until 6 a.m. trying to get this campus open, and many blessings to the MOTF team who came on campus and deployed to make sure our school was cleaned up and safe so that we could reopen that day, which was a Friday morning, for our students. So I took the safety of our students very seriously. Having a controlled access to safe schools is extremely important. And this safe, controlled access to schools is something that has been implemented across schools across our nation and across schools in our state and in our county for the last 20 years. This is not a new thing. I'm grateful to the schools like my school at San Ysidro Middle School, BDM and Sunset. They implemented the control access right after we reopened our schools from COVID. And now we're fully phasing that in across all of the schools in our district. The safety of our children and of our staff is absolutely paramount because unfortunately, the dangers of our society today are things that we cannot control. We must continue to prioritize the safety of our children and the safety of our staff. It's critically important. So thank you to the board for ensuring that we continue to implement the safety protocols and procedures that are recommended by law enforcement agents, by experts who have studied school shootings, so that we can ensure that we keep our children safe and that we don't have loss of life. The loss of the life of a child, or the loss of the life of a staff member, or even the loss of a life of a parent who's volunteering at our schools at that time. The loss of a life will traumatize me as your superintendent, will traumatize the leaders of our district, will traumatize our entire community. It is absolutely critical that school safety continue to be of critical paramount importance to our school district for our children and our staff and our community.
Dr. Potter, I couldn't agree more with what you said. But just one little last thing to conclude, since the policy was clearly not taken as it should. What is the next step? What are we gonna do? Are we gonna start giving these badges? I know that Raptor system will not be implemented in every school ASAP, but do we, in the meantime, do we create badges for parents, like 2 for family, or one, or even one with the photo ID, as Mr. Munoz mentioned?
Thank you, board member Peraza. The staff will get back to next steps, so I will ask Dr. Iniguez to come back and provide next steps at another board presentation. In terms of the registration, we already have protocols in all of our schools for anybody visiting a campus to register. We already have the same name badges that we use district-wide, and we have a sign-in sheet that we use as well. If we have a parent, for example, with a temporary restraining order on them, we have a list of that TRO, and we know that they're not allowed to be on campus, even if they try to register through the front office. So we have an existing protocol. When it comes to digitizing that Raptor system across all schools, we do hope very soon to be able to bring a contract to the board for your approval to make that something that happens in all of our schools. Thank you so much for prioritizing school safety. We really appreciate it.
Thank you. And can I say something? I want to say thank you to Mr. Iniguez for the presentation and from the schools. Because, I mean, it takes common sense that we need to do something, and I believe in this a lot. But as Chavez said many years back, it sí se puede, but it's not that. Se tiene que ser. It has to be done now, not tomorrow, now. And I agree with that 100%.
Thank you, Dr. I would now like to call Sandy DeKalb from NIHART, present the Government Accounting Standards Board, GASB 75 and other post-employment benefits, or PEB, PowerPoint presentation.
Okay, great. Thank you so much for having me here today. As was mentioned, my name is Sandy DeKalb from NIHART Consulting, and I'm here today to give the routine update for the fiscal June 30, 2025 GASB results for the district's retiree healthcare plan. I have prepared remarks, but feel free to jump in with any questions that come up along the way. Okay, so just a little bit of an agenda here, which is a little tricky to see on the screen, actually. I'll start by going over our valuation process and the data we use for the valuation. I will then jump into the fiscal 2025 valuation results and end with any questions that you guys might have. Okay, starting off here, we have our evaluation process. Each year, we conduct a valuation in accordance with the government accounting standards, and we follow the same process just so we ensure that we are meeting all those standards. We start by collecting all the necessary data that includes plan information on the benefits offered, premium rate information for the recent year, and in every other year, the census data. This year was not one of those census data years, so we did not have to worry about that. We then come up with our actuarial calculations, which calculates the district contributions related to the retiree healthcare plan. or essentially the benefit payments to be paid for all future years. We then discount those projected benefit payments to come up with a present value and determine all of the required GASB liabilities. Moving on, I will go over changes since fiscal 2024. Fiscal 2025 was an interim valuation year measured as of June 30, 2024. And an interim valuation year just means that we were able to complete a more simplified valuation where we did not have to update the census data. The census data was used from the last valuation for fiscal 2024 and then projected forward for this year. There were no plan changes to reflect, and so we just made 2 updates to the valuation. We updated the actual premium rates for 2025, and we updated the discount rate from 4.13% to 4.21%. The discount rate is based off of the bond market, so it does bounce around a little bit from year to year and is something to keep an eye on. Moving on, I will go through our actuarial model a little bit. We come up with a lot of calculations. We have a lot of assumptions and plan provisions that we have to program into it, but I'll highlight a few key points just that kind of really drive the liability one way or the other in a meaningful way. Starting off on the right-hand side of this page is the plan benefits offered. The district offers 100% of the retiree-only premium up until age 65 for those employees meeting the eligibility. So we start there and then we come up with our assumptions, which are on the left-hand side. We use a number of assumptions, but I just wanted to highlight 2 key assumptions that really have a meaningful impact on that liability. The first is the healthcare trend rate. That is basically medical inflation, which is our prediction of how premium rates will increase in the future. It's similar to regular inflation, but it does operate a little bit differently. It starts at a higher rate of 8% and trends down each year until 4.5% is reached. So that is pretty meaningful when it comes to determining the liability. Next is that discount rate, which I mentioned on the prior page. The discount rate did not change that much from last year. It went from 4.13 to 4.21, and the discount rate works in opposite of the liability. So the higher the discount rate, the lower the liability. So we did see a small liability decrease related to that discount rate update compared to our expected liability. Moving on, we have the 2025 premiums listed out here. These are really the basis for all of the actuarial calculations and for that liability calculation. Not too much to note here, except for that the premiums came in slightly less than we expected, so there was another small liability decrease related to the premium update. Moving on, I will jump into the specific 2025 results for the year. We start off here with a graphic of the projected benefit payments or the projected pay-as-you-go costs related to the district's retiree healthcare plan. And you'll see they start at about 0.7 million and trend up until about 2 million and then start trending down. They do bounce around a little bit and they can increase pretty quickly. So just something to keep in mind as you're budgeting for future years. If you were to add up all of those projected benefit payments, you'd get a total of 52.2 million, which is the starting point for all the required GASB calculations, which I'll go over here on the next page. We start with that 52.2 million, and then we take the present value of that using the discount rate to come up with 28 million. And then we divvy that up among the various service items and come up with the total OPEB liability of 16.6 million. This is the main number that the district is required to report on their financial statements. And the rest of the liability is made up of your future service accruals. Lastly here, I just have the balance sheet liability going from year to year. Last year, the district had a GASB liability of 16 million, which increased slightly to 16.6 million. I'll say that this was slightly lower than what we expected. We do expect the liability to grow each year. And the reason for the difference is just because of that higher discount rate and lower premiums. So not too much to note for the regular GASB update this year. That's really all I have, but I'm happy to answer any questions you guys might have.
I just have more of a clarification question. This is different than the retirement incentive that we provide our staff. I know that we did one, Dr. Potter, was it a year and a half ago or 2 years ago? Okay,
It should is. Hello? Yes, so other post-employment benefits are earned by employees who retire from the district, who, are able to, because of their years of service with the district will pay for their health benefits.
got it.
Or the portion of the district's health benefits from the time they retire until they hit Medicare 65.
Got it.
And so this is, the benefit in their total compensation package, if they earn those years of service. And the cost that it will be to pay for it. The big number, most important number on the page is the liability, which is page 7, which is 16.6 billion. If I'm sorry.
Yes, no,
Just to
correct.
get to a nutshell.
No, absolutely, you nailed it.
That number, most important number on all the slides, page 7, 16.6 million is the liability cost to the district for these health benefits post-retirement for our employees.
Yes, exactly. And if you did want more details on those, you could always ask me, or there is a very detailed report that we provide each year, that backs up to this presentation, so. Thank you so much. Have a nice night.
Sorry about it being so late.
Oh, no problem
Safe
at
drive
all.
home.
Thanks, take care.
Our next presentation. General obligation bonds measure overview presented by Assistant Superintendent of Administrative Leadership, School Support and Safety, Dr. Ben.
Thank you, Madam President, members of the board. I wanted to point out that, before I bring the slides, here, I wanted to point out that I do have some consultants here tonight that are more than willing and able to answer any technical questions that may come up. I'm not gonna read them all to you, but you see there on the cover sheet. And we may have some that are still here with us online. I'm not sure, but we're checking right now. So I'll just go ahead and begin, and hopefully yes, I see a few of them here with us already. So with that, let me go ahead and begin with a very generalized statement. This is measures TNU bond projects. It's a quick update, as you can see here on the left. These are our completed projects thus far, specifically with these 2 bond measures. And on the right, you see what we have in progress. For the sake of brevity here, given that it's so late, I'm not going to read every detail to you, but as been pointed out already, I'm very excited that we're already literally beginning the revitalization project here at SENS. It's quite exciting. With that, I also want to point out here about the specific ballot language. First, I do want to say, given that it's a Prop 39 GO bond, what we're, 55% is what's required for approval, but as you see, both of our measures were passed with a much more significant passage rate than that. And in fact, if you look, they were the 4th and 5th highest among the approval rates for that particular election there. But as far as the actual ballot language, I wanted to invite Ty here, one of our attorneys, to speak more about the particular ballot language in terms of what we were able and are able to do with measures TNU.
Good evening, board members and Dr. Potter. It's a pleasure to be here and happy to support Dr. Potter, Dr. Viguez, and the district in the bond program. I understood there were some questions regarding the legal limitations of Prop 39 bond measures and specific questions about specific projects. And so this slide was just intended to reiterate and specify the specific ballot measure language relating to the buyer project in the Community Resource Center. First point is that all school sites were listed in each of the bond measures for the types of projects that were going to occur at those locations. And then with regard to the specifics related to the community resource, there was explicit ballot measure language describing family resource centers and other support areas as authorized projects under the bond. And certainly, what Dr. Anigas referred to at the beginning is the overarching legal requirement for any district with a Prop 39 bond measure, which is those bond measured dollars can only be expended on projects that are authorized by the voters through the ballot measure. And that's the legal background, the legal limitations associated with it. Happy to answer any questions as we move through this, but trying to speak quickly.
Thank you.
I have one question. So just to be clear, so the language states that, resource center was gonna be built in the by, like.
HT. Correct. The slide references the specific location of the verbiage that's quoted up there. The verbiage that's quoted is directly from the ballot measure that was in both Measure T and Measure E.
So when it says, include the construction, that construction, that's, what we're referring to by constructing the resource center and buying. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, next slide, a little bit more of the background related to buyer. We have for you here, for the period before buyer was closed, you see that the enrollment there was suffering district-wide. And in particular, if you look at our previous, not our current, but the previous long-range master facility plan there in the middle of the slide, one of the things that you'll notice that really stands out is when you look at buyer in particular and the expected new enrollment, there wasn't any for the buyer area. In fact, what it reads there is any of the new students they were expecting to receive would come from the Otay Mesa area. That in and of itself speaks volumes. So as a result of that, and the result that there wasn't really any anticipated growth at that school, from what I understand, I wasn't here. Buyer Elementary was closed on June 30th, 2012. And what we also wanted to show there is that if there was a need for any of the students to be housed in any of our schools, you can see by our capacity load report here that there's plenty of space at our schools. I'm not going to read every little number or figure to you, but this is what is known as a capacity load report. And what it does is it takes into account every room that can be used to teach. Now, some of these rooms are currently occupied by itinerants, but technically they are available teaching stations should we need them. And so with that, the calculation shows that for our elementary school level schools or elementary schools, we're currently occupied at a rate of 66%. I put that in red for you there. And as far as the middle school level, we're occupied at a rate of 55%. There's a catch. That is a point in time, which is now. And you can see right below, we have a huge demand that's coming our way from the Otay Mesa area. There are several housing developments there, as we know. And the anticipated enrollment, and it's never 100%, but the anticipated enrollment is 3,481. I'm sorry, that's just for K6, my apologies. And then 777 for grade 7-8. That's over 4,000 students. And so if you look at the number of seats we have available, that is going to exceed our current capacity. And so if you look at the current new bond measures that were passed on November 5th, 2024, measures KK was passed with the 64% and LL with the 63%. Both of those do allow for the construction of a new school in that particular area where we have demand. The problem with that is, you can see the second to last bullet point, the cost of a new school right now is astronomical. That number is correct, 278 million. And so even if, not that the board would want that, but even if it were to take the entire amount for measures KK and LL combined, it would cover less than 50%, leaving us with a potential phase 1 of building that school. My point of that is, there is no bond measure specifically to build a school at the buyer site. nor is there the demand there. The demand is at multi-Mesa. As far as voter transparency, and this is where I may have some of our guests here to chime into what happened during the processes that I have listed here, but March 3rd, 2020, that's when measures came to be passed. Subsequent to that, on June 24th, 2021, the board approved the long-range master facility plan, the current one. And I just wanted to point out that the purpose behind that is to identify district facility needs in collaboration, not to the exclusion of community members. So Mr. James DeCamillo is here, and I'm gonna ask you to chime in here in just a second, if you wouldn't mind. I see you there on the camera. Hopefully the sound is gonna work. I'm looking over at the tech guys. Would he be able to chime in and say anything?
Can you hear me?
Just has to unmute himself. But could you speak a little bit to that process, please, and in particular how, as you see, we've noted here on the long-range master facility plan, there's two particular sections, and I've noted the pages where the community, as part of your meetings with them, clearly indicated that there was an interest for a community center at Byard. Would you mind speaking to that, please?
Yeah, we can test to see. Can the board hear me?
Can't hear him. Just give us a second. Little technical difficulties.
No
One more
worries.
time. Just try.
Can you hear?
Still
Can you hear me now?
Is it me that's muted, maybe?
Nah,
No.
see if the speaker. Everything's on.
Nothing like technology.
Headphone jack. Volume's up. I went to sleep.
I went to sleep.
The speaker, yeah, the speaker.
Now, Mr.
I'm going to give it a
How
try.
about now? Would you like to give it a shot?
All right. Can you hear me?
There
1, 2,
you go.
3.
Yeah. Thank you.
All right, I'll just reiterate real quickly. Hi, everybody. I'm Jim DeCamillo. It's been a long time, long enough that I actually am retired. I retired about 2.5 years ago now from full-time practice, but got invited to help with this presentation. So I said, sure, I'll sit in with my friends at San Ysidro. So forgive my casualness, but yeah, we talked to the community 3 times at every site. It's explained in the preamble to the master plan, first with the principal of the site to get to know them and the issues particular to their school. Second, with the staff at the site, always talk to the principal first so that they're not caught off guard when we then speak to the staff about issues. And then thirdly, with the community. All of these were conducted via Zoom in the case of the San Ysidro master plan because we were doing this in the midst of COVID. So it was a kind of a unique experience. Worked well for a lot of things because I think it allowed a lot more people to participate than maybe could go to a school site on an evening and talk. So there were three meetings at every site. And then a 4th input was able to be given with a written form that was distributed by the district's business office. Marilyn sent out forms. Those forms were indicated with questions that I helped her wordsmith, and those were all then submitted directly to the district, who transmitted to me. The input is all in the master plan. And I explained to the people when we did the master plan, they were not going to be, cited by name in the master plan. This is not I always would say you're not ordering a pizza here, and nobody was to take anything personally. So the input was all just compiled in the master plan and wasn't prioritized either. There was no vote of who wants something more than anything else. A master plan is a technical document. It's not a popularity contest. So all of the input was received. In regard to the buyer site, it was unique because there wasn't a buyer site at the time. There is no buyer school. So there was a meeting that was held that was in regard to the buyer site, but it was, I think, hard for the district to understand, the invitation for that. The other school sites were obvious. People lived in that area. They had kids that attended that school. But I can tell you now, it's been a few years since I wrote the master plan, so it's a little foggy, but there was not in any way, shape, or form a hue and cry from the community for a school at buyer site. Yeah. that just didn't rise to any great amount of gravity from the input that we received at the community meeting surrounding Buyer. Many of the other things that did come up and are in the master plan were as much input from the bond measure language that was just shown to you. So that was sort of tested or flown, because remember, the bonds preceded the master plan in this case. So we were testing some of that language against the community meeting, and there was no hue and cry against the sorts of things that were in the bond measure either. So I guess the best way I could paraphrase it into a sentence was there was no controversy at all regarding the master plan for the Buyer site. I wouldn't even raise it to a mild controversy. Yeah. So hopefully that describes in a nutshell the process, how the input was gained, where it all is in the master plan, and then the final suggested diagrams for the site.
Absolutely. Thank you, Mr. DiCamillo. And I don't know if you can still stick around a little bit more, only because I don't know if we're going to get a few more questions. But thank you very much. So continuing with voter transparency, and then the community did have awareness and many opportunities to express their thoughts about whether or not the Buyer Community Project is something that they wanted. I want to point out on November 9th, 2023, the board approved measures key priority projects, and the Buyer project is priority number 4. And so that was well publicized. As far as the bottom of the page, as you see there are also the bond oversight committee meetings that have been happening regularly. And then there's the annual report to the board by the bond oversight committee. There have been numerous board meetings focused on the progress related to Buyer Community Educational Center since that time. And then there was in particular, and I'm going to really show you in the next slide here, but there was a survey of registered voters in our community here in preparation for potential jail bond measures for November 2024. And I'm hoping that Mr. Del Scott is still with us there and may be able to speak to the next slide. But one of the things that he did here, as you see in February, in preparation for that fall vote, is they did send out what is known as a voter attitude survey in February. Mr. Scott, if you're there, would you mind speaking to that just a little bit?
Am I being heard?
Yes, you are.
Okay, great. So I will speak very briefly to this survey. These are often done by districts that are considering a bond issue. This is not something that is sent out. These are actual calls or emails or texts that are made to registered voters, and only registered voters in the community. I don't have the exact number because I can't see the slide on my screen, but I believe there was a fairly large number of voters that were contacted. There's a margin of error that is given in these things. So it is a sense of where is the community standing on these projects. And that helps shape whether they should be placed into the bond measure or not. So it was a very popular project, as you can see from this slide.
Thank you, Mr. Scott. And then one more, if you would not mind speaking to Mr. Scott, and that is essentially the slides that you sent me with regard to the tax rates for both measures T and U. I simply took 2 slides and combine them into one, but both of the tax rates are on that particular slide.
Of course. So under the constitutional amendment that allowed the district to have an election that requires 55% of the voters to approve a bond, there is also something known as a tax rate limitation. Now, the tax rate limitation is not a hard cap, it is a prospective cap, a cap based on assumptions on what will happen with the assessed valuation and the spending of the facilities, on the facilities. However, for elementary districts, that tax rate cap is $30 per $100,000 of assessed valuation. That is per measure. That's why we can do 2 measures and each one has its own tax rate cap. On the slide, I think you can see that the tax rate cap of $30 is much higher than we estimate the actual tax to be. The darker bars are the actual tax rates. The lighter bars are what the estimated tax rates. You may wonder why there is a drop in the third year, and that is because we thought the district would issue bonds at that time. They did not, and so the tax rate was lowered. People did not pay as much in that year, but then it went back up in the next year. And we still anticipate this will be much lower than what was estimated in the tax rate statement that was provided to all voters of roughly $30 per $100,000 of assessed valuation.
Thank you, Mr. Scott. Dr. Potter does have one question for you.
Thank you, Mr. Scott, for being able to be available via audio. With regards to the Measures TNU ballot language and tax rates, can you explain the requirement that explains the exact tax rates to the voter themselves on the ballot in order to ensure transparency throughout California for all school bonds related to school districts?
Of course. Under current state law, the estimated tax rate, and remember we're talking about an estimated tax rate, is required to be placed into the ballot language itself. That's the 75 words that voters receive on their ballot. All voters also receive a sample ballot, and within the sample ballot is a copy of the district's resolution authorizing the placement of the measure on the ballot. And within that resolution is something called a tax rate statement. The tax rate statement gives all the projections, all the underlying requirements as requested by the state, disclosing to all the voters who read the tax rate statement what the estimated tax rate will be over the life of the bond.
Thank you, Mr. Scott. Would you say that the district has met the state's threshold and requirement for voter transparency regarding the tax rates for all of our 5 GO bonds that we have had on the ballot since 2020?
Yes, these are all reviewed by council prior to going to the board. They are also reviewed by council when bond issues are then actually come to market. And I would say that you have met not only the requirements of the state, that you have overperformed in terms of the amount of information that you sent out to the public through as we led up to the election date.
Thank you so much, Mr. Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Scott. And at this point, we have your members who are raising their hands, so I don't know who the question will be for. So, Mr. Arias.
This is just kind of an open-ended question. So, in your experience, would you say that had this not been a popular, so that anybody feel free to chime in here, had this not been popular through the democratic process, voters would have had the opportunity to vote against this, and it would not have been passed?
Well, I see people around me are consultants shaking their head, and I too feel very confident in having analyzed both the ballot language that's readily available, as well as all of the meetings that were listed there, that there were multiple opportunities, not only at the point of voting to understand, but also after the fact in terms of prioritizing the projects.
And I would add that San Ysidro School District, with all of our GO bond measures on the ballot, we had some of the highest voter approval ratings for our GO bonds, countywide and statewide.
I would rate this the highest.
The highest for the last election, for the last 3, definitely.
Demonstrating that the community really cares about its community, especially our schools and the future of our children. So that was loud and clear. And we were very, very proud when that happened.
Absolutely.
Well, I do have a question. And regarding my first request, which was if we could have data that supported this decision, and I see the data, which is great, but I don't see numbers of people Mr. Del Scott, nice meeting you. I actually do know you because I saw the Zoom meeting that you were talking about 4 years ago. And I only heard the opinions around probably no more than 10 people. And so I was wondering how many people approve the specific bio-resource center to be constructed. Was there any specific comment or suggestion to build this?
May I hear your question, Board Member Peraza? Thank you. In terms of the approval rating, we would go by the actual voters who approved the ballot language and the measures, because the project of the community center was listed in the ballot. And I believe, if I'm recalling correctly, that we had over 70% voter approval rating.
I understand. I'm just saying, who said yes to a resource center? That's all that I'm asking.
The voters.
The voters, 77% of the voters in San Ysidro.
I understand that, but it didn't say the measure. Which voter will say no to? Because the first thing that says is student safety and school security improvements, upgrade classroom technology and construct, rehabilitate, acquire, equip, and furnish classrooms and school facilities. Et cetera, et cetera. I don't see anywhere where it says resource center.
It says in bold, former fire school location, and then at the bottom it says what? Added space for school support programs, including dedicated offices, conference rooms, family resource centers, and other support areas, which is the community center.
Slide 3 indicates which page on the ballot itself notated the Family Resource Center, and that would be pages T9 and U9 on the ballot.
Page what, sorry? 9?
On this slide, it shows pages T9 and U9 on the ballot is where, yes, and we put the quote here.
T references measure T, U, measure U.
Yeah, well, I just wanted to ask for the data of before the measure, who was supporting this as well. And well, I have been asking across the community and nobody knew about it, so that's why I'm asking.
I knew about it, we all knew about it.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Scott.
Thank you.
Thank you. If there are any other questions.
To all for coming to give us this presentation. It was just as thorough as it was the day we were asked to vote on these measures. Thank you very much.
Thank you to everyone who joined us. I know you're tired. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you for waiting. Yes, thank you so much for waiting.
Oh, you're welcome. Dale, good to see you.
Continue retirement. Okay, 13, general administration. We will now move to general administration action items. 13.1, to approve the minutes of the regular board meeting of May 22, 2025, June 5, 2025, and June 24th, 2025.
So, I second.
May I have a vote, please?
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Do we all vote, or do we have to go one by one?
Wait,
We're on 13.1. The minutes, or
the minute. Well, yes, actually, I have something to say about that. Well, I wanted to, I wanted to move to approve the motion with an amendment to include all points I raised in my public comment from May 22, 2025, that are not reflected in the summary of these minutes. That's the only thing that I wanted to note on the minutes, because not all everything, and I'm not saying to state everything, but at least include all the points that I talked in
So-
that meeting.
So is that an alternate motion?
Yes,
Okay, do I have a second?
I mean, it
Motion
was
that is-
publicly obvious
May
that
I
I
have a
said
vote?
that.
May I have the original?
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion to approve the minutes as is.
I
I'd like
second,
to-
oh, sorry.
Mr. Arias, second.
It's not transparent. Okay. And may I have the vote?
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
No,
Or one. And I'm gonna suggest, Madam President, that when it comes to future action items, that instead of just saying it, we go one by one, that it's clear and there's no confusion. And that's transparent.
13.2, GASB 75 statement and OPEB report for fiscal year 2024-25. It's only an information item.
No, we had a report.
Okay, thank you. So 13.3, AB 1200, a memorandum of understanding with the California School Employees Association and its San Ysidro chapter number 154 and AB 1200 reclassification of a classified confidential position.
So moved.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
I,
Aye.
Okay. Motion passes 5-0. 13.4. We have one speaker's list. Pablo Sainz Peretti. Let's pretend this whole place is full. That'll give you some.
Well, I know that, the item is to open a conversation about charter schools. And one, for the most part, charter schools are run like businesses. And people behind them, for the most part, wanna make money. And they don't care about children, they don't care about their education, it's just about making money for themselves. And we've seen so many cases of these organizations that run charter schools where the CEOs are committing fraud and etc. It's just all about the money for them. Two, there's no accountability, and anybody can become a teacher there. No credential, no preparation to be a teacher. Boards behind charter schools, for the most part, do not respect employees. They can be let go at any time, at any moment. And like what happened a few hours ago, people who are on the board disrespect the work of the employees. And many times they feel that they can do a better job of what the employee can do. And I just want to say that our school district, our schools, there's nothing our schools cannot do that a charter school could do. And we're more prepared, our teachers are credentialed. In my case, I'm a certified interpreter. Thank you.
Thank you. So 13.4 board policy and administrative regulation number 0420.4 charter school authorization information only.
Thank you, Madam President. Feels like I haven't been here for a while. So I promise I'll try to be as brief as possible here, and I will speak to the particular portion that I am speaking to. My goal is just to provide you with an overview of what our board policy and our administrative regulation says about charter schools. And so right now I'm going to speak to the policy. And I cannot see if that is the policy. If you go all the way to the top, please, where our policy is. Yeah, no, down to the first attachment, right there. So I'm gonna speak to the second and third paragraph there, and I want to point out that this board policy establishes that one or more persons may submit a petition to the board to establish a charter school. This could be a new school or a conversion of an existing school. However, the charter proposal cannot be for a virtual educational setting. Third paragraph. This board policy also makes clear that the petition is composed of several components that I'll speak to in more detail shortly, and that charter proposal is to be attached to the petition. Now I'm jumping down to where it says timelines for board action. Just thank you, very first paragraph. So our board policy also clarifies that the specific timeline for reviewing a petition or proposal includes a public hearing within 60 days of receiving the charter school petition to consider the level of support by families and staff. And you'll see here in a little bit why that's important. There is more to the procedure for tonight, but I will speak primarily to the requirements that are in our ARs. So with that, I'm jumping down to the administrative regulation. Thank you very much. Yes, thank you. And now I will speak to that very first paragraph. Is a charter school application, it says here under petition signatures, a charter school application packet must include a petition with signatures. For a new startup charter school, that is to say, a brand new campus, the applicant needs their petition to be signed by either parents, guardians. The number of signatures for parents and guardians must be equal or greater than half of the number of students expected to enroll at the charter in year one of operation. Or if you do not have that, or teachers. The number of signatures of teachers must be equal to or greater than half of the teachers the charter estimates to hire during year one of the operation. Now I'm jumping down to the next paragraph. For a petition that proposes to convert an existing school, for example, Willow is an existing school, just as an example. In that case, the petition must be signed by at least half of the permanent status teachers currently employed at the school. And it says this because there are various classifications when it comes to teachers. Not all have made permanent status. And now the paragraph right underneath that, any petition submitted must prominently include a statement explaining that a signature indicates meaningful interest. That is the legal threshold. In the case of a parent guardian, this means meaningful interest in their child attending the proposed charter school. In the case of a teacher, it means meaningful interest in working in the charter school. Now I'm jumping down to staff advisory committee, the very next section. In addition to the signatures, The administrative regulation here outlines other required components an applicant must submit for charter school proposal. So, second paragraph under components of charter school. The first required component, in addition to the signatures, is an affirmations that a charter school will be non-sectarian in its programs, admission policies, employment practices, and operations. That also the charter will not charge tuition, and finally, that the charter school will not discriminate against students. That has to be a written affirmation. Thus far, I've mentioned that a charter school application must include one, signed petition, two, appropriate affirmations, I just said that, and now the third component of proposing a charter school is providing written descriptions of various requirements outlined in Ed Code 47605. I'm not going to address all of them because there are many, but I will speak to a few. For example, number 2. Description number 2 requires that an applicant sufficiently describe the charter school's annual goals for student outcomes, including for all ethnic groups, as well as the annual actions that must be taken or will be taken by the charter to achieve those goals. Annual goals must address student outcomes, which must include an objectively measurable student achievement component. It cannot be subjective only. The next paragraph under number 2 indicates that if the charter school petition includes a high school or high school grades, the petition must also describe how staff will inform families about college entrance requirements and the transferability of courses from one high school to another. I'm jumping down to number 5 down. Another requirement description or required description focuses on the qualifications of staff who will be employed by the charter school. That is, that the application must explain what those qualifications are. I'm now jumping down to number 7. Another requirement description focuses on how the charter school will achieve a balance in its enrollment of various student groups, including those with special needs, English learners, and by race and ethnicity. Just 3 more I'm going to speak to here. Number 9. Another requirement description focuses on the fiscal management of the charter school, including participating in an annual independent audit. Number 10, right below that. Another requirement description focuses on how the charter will suspend, expel, or remove / disenroll students. And this is important because oftentimes there's complaints about charter schools simply asking students to leave their school. Number 11. Another requirement description focuses on how staff will be covered by the state teachers retirement system. STIRS is what we know it as, or the public employees retirement system, which is referred to as PERS, or Social Security. And I promise the very last one, number 15, but very important, is unless, there has to also be a declaration by the charter school about whether the charter school will be the exclusive employer of staff for the purposes of collective bargaining. I understand that there's a lot more here, but I try to give you an overview more or less of what's required, including the procedure, and I'd be happy to answer any questions if that's what the board would like me to do.
Thank you. No questions from me.
No questions.
No questions. No, everybody search as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
No, no questions.
Well, just one question. So the signatures will have to go to the district, of course.
Yes.
Then, and of course, everything, the whole process needs to be clear, in order to be able to start a charter school, whoever can do that. And what about the school district? Can the school district provide a charter school?
Well, the board policy is clear according to the Ed Code that a school district in general, and this one included, can technically authorize a charter school, but there are many requirements that have to be met both procedurally as well as substantively, but yes, technically, yes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. 14, consent calendar, all items appearing are adopted by one single motion. Be no discussion of these items prior to consideration of the motion unless a member of the board or the superintendent requests that any such item be removed from the consent calendar and voted on separately. Do I have a motion to?
I so move.
I'll second that.
Are there any polls?
No rules from my end.
No polls for me. No polls either. Wait.
No rules.
That's fine.
Which ones?
Wait. 14D.1. And that's it.
Great, I'd like to amend my motion to approve the consent calendar with a poll of 14D.1.
I'll second that.
In favor?
Aye.
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 Aye. 5-0.
And just to clarify, we do have one of the guest speakers, I forget her name, did have two slips regarding the action items we just approved, but she's no longer here, so just clarity for the minutes.
14D1, policies and procedures for uniform complaint procedures, UCP 1 and 4 for the 2025-2026 school year.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
No, yeah,
I'm
that's,
sorry.
now we can discuss this process.
Thank you. I'm Mr. Compartments. Or Dr. Potter, I'm not sure who to ask. So before we move forward with the approval, I would like to ask if there are any new changes or updates to this policy of the UCP procedures.
Embedded within the board agenda packet, there are the policies and procedures for UCP 1 and 4. Actually show the edits to every page. So, were you able to access the hyperlink? Board member Peraza? You should be able to see, all of the edits that are recommended by CSBA Gamut.
Which was UCP 1, UCP 4?
Yes, it's in the board agenda packet.
Okay, so because before it was like on red, everything that was gonna be new. That's why I'm asking, and I don't see anything new. I mean, anything red. So it makes it different to comprehend. Can quickly, can you tell me what are the changes, Mr. Woodward did?
The changes I cannot recite them by memory.
Or the addition?
But
So,
I'm pretty sure those can be provided to the records that they are in the superintendent's office.
okay, so is it clearly as it's stated, right? Okay, and so on page 5, it states this investigation report will contain the following elements, the findings of facts based on the evidence gathered. Can you please explain how the evidence is gathered for the UCP result of the investigation?
As you just mentioned, it's gathered through an investigation that takes place following the procedures for investigations. So, well, again, it depends on each case. You need to interview all the persons involved, you need to look at all the facts before a determination gets made.
So there's different ways to conduct an investigation.
It depends on the case.
Depends, okay. But there's no specifics of different ways or any examples of it?
You follow the guidelines as stipulated in the UCP one, which is uniform complaint procedures, or the Williams complaint procedures, which is UCP four.
And,
So each of them provides you a set of guidelines, timelines that you're required to follow.
and if I may add, so these guidelines are provided to us by the California Department of Education. And there are guidelines for uniform complaint procedures, UCP policies and procedures for 2025-2026. Each year, the California Department of Education gives us these guidelines. If you turn to page 3 of the guidelines, you will see the explicit guidance from CDE on investigating UCP complaints. And it reads, the UCP complaint investigation is our administrative process for the purpose of gathering data regarding the complaint. We provide an opportunity for complainants and/or representatives to present evidence or information. Refusal by the complainant to provide the investigator with documents or evidence related to the allegations in the complaint or to otherwise fail or refuse to cooperate in the investigation or engage in any other obstruction of the investigation may result in the dismissal of the complaint because of a lack of evidence to support the allegations. And then it goes on to provide other details regarding the investigation of UCP complaints process.
So it does state the details of how will those evidence look like? That's what I'm going to.
It states that, refusal by the San Ysidro School District to provide the investigator with access to records and or other information related to the allegation in the complaint or to otherwise fail or refuse to cooperate in the investigation or engage in any other obstruction of the investigation may result in a finding based on evidence collected that a violation has occurred and may result in the imposition of a remedy in favor of the complainant. We ensure that complainants are protected from retaliation. We investigate all allegations of unlawful, and then it describes the groups. And it describes the type of UCP complaints that would be investigated.
Okay, and does it say what evidence is? I mean, what, yes, because I know that the investigation will be taking place and all of those things, but it's not specific of what type of evidence we will
I'm gonna ask,
presented. Well, not,
I'm gonna ask our legal counsel to clarify evidence.
thank you.
Yeah, I think that, there are various types of complaints under the UCP, and we follow the guide. I mean, this is the guidance that every district, follows from the CSBA, depending on the complaint. The evidence could, obviously there's documentary evidence, there's written statements made by individuals that we can review. We conduct interviews, and interviews are used to gather these facts. We research documents, so evidence could be a variety of things that we use depending on the complaint. So there's no, one type of evidence, but it's generally statements, interviews, documents that are provided, that we're reviewing. So that's really what we're looking at, yeah, so.
And I would add that evidence would also include the meeting of a threshold of a definition of the allegation itself. For example, bullying. Let's say there's a complaint of bullying. That bullying, in accordance with this definition of the education code, must be acts that are pervasive and prevalent. And so a single incident may often more than not be considered by the definition of the state bullying. So we reconcile the facts of the case against the legal definitions of the education code.
And on top of that, just to just bring it all around is oftentimes we'll get UCP complaints that don't rise to the level of a UCP complaint, in which case doesn't mean that we're not going to investigate it or gather evidence. It just means that it's not going to be processed as a UCP complaint.
Well, that's perfect. Well, I would love to, for exactly what Dr. Potter and Mr. Sanchez, if we can add that after it states, the investigation report will contain the following elements. The findings of facts based on the evidence gathered, and then there's nothing else after that. So if we add this to the policy of what evidence can be, for people to not be blinded of what type of evidence will be presented for the UCP complaint.
The recommendations provided by the California Department of Education are actually verbatim, word for word.
So there's no room to.
No, it's a legal requirement that we're following as dictated by the state. I mean, you can make the motion to change this and see if there's a second, but I wouldn't recommend changing what's been provided to us under the law. So.
Because it's uniform across the state.
Yeah, that's why they call it the
Right.
uniform complaint procedure.
Then when do you have a motion?
Well, I did have a motion. If it's.
Okay, do you have an alternate?
Well, yeah, I move to approve item 14D.1 with an amendment to specify how evidence is gathered in the investigations report as discussed right now.
Is there a second? Motion dies. Do I have a vote for the first motion we made?
Aye.
All in favor? Aye.
I'm abstaining. I vote.
Okay,
And
the motion passed. Yeah, Irene and Mr. Arias said
motion
yes.
passes for.
And one abstention. Madam President, I'd like to make a motion to recess back into closed session at 11:27 PM.
I second that.
We'll now go back into.
So we'll vote on it. Aye.
Aye.
Okay.
Don't go anywhere. Just-
Madam President, we are live.
We'll now reconvene, it's 12:05, August 15, 2025. And, there is nothing to report and, make a
Madam Motion, I'll make a motion for us to adjourn. Madam President, I'd like to make a motion for us to adjourn at 12:05 p.m. Oh, AM, excuse me.
That's right. Friday.
Friday.
Yes,
I second it.
all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Good night.